Africa, as the dry season reaches its most unforgiving hour. The sun is no longer a source of life, but a tyrant reigning from above. Beneath the day's scorching heat, the temperature hammers the fractured earth, turning the vast plains into a colossal furnace. Here, water is a priceless currency, and shade, a rare privilege not afforded to all. Through a curtain of air distorted by heat waves, a great army marches in silence. Thousands of wildebeest, the resilient nomads of the savannah, blanket the horizon. They are bound to an endless journey, driven by the most primal of instincts, the will to live. But the path ahead is a brutal test of endurance. Each hoofbeat on the arid ground kicks up clouds of suffocating red dust that clings to every gasp for breath. Thirst is draining the lifeblood from the herd, making each step heavy and leaden. Within this chaotic mass, the young and the old are straining at the very edge of their limits, desperate not to be left behind. As the weary herd approaches a rare, murky waterhole, focus and discipline give way to desperation. The longing to soothe their throats makes them momentarily forget an immutable law of the grasslands. That even in the brilliant light of day, death is ever present, silent and patient. The scarce shade beneath an acacia tree offers a temporary refuge for the apex predators of the plains. A pride of lionesses lies motionless, their sand-colored coats blending perfectly with the withered grass in the glaring light. From a distance, they seem to be surrendering to the oppressive midday heat, lost in a deep slumber to conserve energy. But behind this languid facade lies an intense focus, as amber eyes remain fixed on the turmoil at the muddy water's edge. In temperatures exceeding 104 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat not only torments the prey, it is a perilous adversary for the hunters themselves. A prolonged chase under the blazing sun could lead to heat exhaustion and death. A daytime hunt, therefore, is a biological calculation that demands absolute strategy, with no margin for wasted energy or a single misstep. The matriarch, seasoned by years of survival, quietly assesses the thousands of wildebeest before her. She ignores the powerful bulls, their horns locked in disputes, and instead her gaze settles on the fringes of the herd. This is the boundary of life, where the disoriented young wander and the old limp, weakened by the long, exhausting journey. With an invisible signal, born of a complex social structure, the command to attack is given. Instantly, the pride's body language shifts, muscles tense, moving from a state of rest into a predatory crouch. Bellies pressed to the hot ground, they begin to creep forward, their padded paws so silent they do not stir a single dry blade of grass. Their superb teamwork allows them to fan out instinctively, coordinating to form a sophisticated semicircular cordon. The herd's desperate thirst has created a fatal defensive lapse, allowing the lionesses to close the distance. The vast landscape itself seems to hold its breath, submerged in a tense and suffocating silence. A chance shift in the wind carries the scent of destruction directly into the herd. An alarm snort rings out, and in an instant, thousands of animals break rank in a stampede of absolute terror. Hooves tear at the cracked earth, churning up a blinding dust storm that obscures the glaring sun. Their cloak of invisibility stripped away, the lionesses explode from the burnt grass, accelerating to nearly 50 miles per hour. In the sweltering heat, every second of the sprint is a gamble with death that drains the hunter's own cardiovascular system. Through the red haze, the lead lioness has locked onto her target, a wildebeest exhausted by its long ordeal. A decisive, deadly bite to the throat quickly extinguishes its final struggle. The light in the wildebeest's eyes fades, its life surrendered to the unwritten law of the savannah. In this raw, natural world there is no malice, only blood that must be shed for the pulse of life to continue. The dust slowly settles, returning a vast silence to the sun-drenched plain. The pride quickly surrounds its prize, tearing into the carcass to replenish their depleted energy. This bloody feast is the sole guarantee of survival for the cubs waiting through the dry season. From the cloudless blue sky, giant dark shadows begin to circle. Vultures have caught the scent of death, patiently gliding as they await the leftovers from the great feast. Not far away, the thousands of wildebeest have recovered from their panic. They glance briefly toward their fallen comrade, then indifferently lower their heads and resume their endless migration. Compassion is a luxury that the wilderness does not bestow. The end of this one life is the very lifeline that will sustain and nourish others. It is a brutal but perfect law of compensation, intricately woven into the vibrant life force of the dark continent. Under the searing and unforgiving sun, the scales of life and death on the savannah continue to shift. A great cycle, silent and eternal, that will play out day after day on this sun-scorched land. In a world where light and dark each claim half the year, every creature here carries a story of extraordinary adaptation. The snowy owl glides over the endless white plains. The Arctic fox changes its fur with the seasons to blend into the landscape. In the Arctic, life does not merely exist, it fights. Every icy blast of wind, every long, endless night is a challenge thrown down to every living being. In the next part of this animal documentary, we will follow the journeys of the greatest survivors in the far north. The polar bear, scientifically known as Ursus maritimus, is a living symbol of strength and adaptation in the brutal, icy world of the Arctic. As the largest bear on Earth, a full-grown male can stand nearly 10 feet tall on its hind legs and weigh over 1,500 pounds in the largest individuals. Females, on the other hand, are smaller, around 650 to 880 pounds. Their snow-white fur, a dense undercoat for insulation. Curved, razor-sharp claws, up to 4 inches long, are used for both digging into ice and tearing apart prey. The black skin beneath their fur absorbs sunlight. Unlike most bears, polar bears are solitary, constantly roaming the drifting ice floes in search of food. Each bear occupies a territory that can span thousands of square miles, marked with urine and enormous paw prints. Only during the brief mating season do they come together. Their eyesight is a secret weapon in the dazzling white world, their eyes specially protected against the glare of the snow. Their sense of smell is superhuman, 100 times better than a bloodhound's, capable of detecting a seal from 20 miles downwind. At the top of the Arctic ecosystem, the polar bear regulates the populations of seals and other marine animals, maintaining the delicate balance of the far north. The reproductive journey is a trial on ice. A female is pregnant for about 8 months, but delayed implantation means the cubs only develop once the mother has stored enough fat in the autumn. She digs a snow den on land, giving birth to 1 to 3 cubs in the winter, each weighing just over a pound, no bigger than a snowball. Inside the warm den, she fasts for up to 8 months, living off her fat reserves while nursing her cubs with milk that is 30% fat. Polar bears are not just rulers, they are cultural icons of primal power. In Inuit legends, they are revered as ice spirits. In modern documentaries, from playful cubs to colossal hunters, they inspire awe for the wild. Beneath the thick Arctic ice, where light only filters through faint cracks and the howl of the wind mingles with the creak of the ice, seals emerge like living jewels. Among the more than 19 species of seals worldwide, 3 heroes reign in the Arctic and subarctic: the ringed seal, the bearded seal, and the harp seal. They are the silent symbols of resilience. Creatures that have made the harshest environment on Earth their home. The ringed seal, the smallest and most abundant in the Arctic, is a masterpiece of elegance. Measuring only 4 to 5 feet long and weighing from 110 to 200 pounds. They wear a shimmering silver-gray coat dotted with black-bordered white rings, like snow circles etched into their skin. Their enormous, round, dark eyes are shielded by a mucous membrane that protects against salt and ice, providing crystal-clear vision in the murky water. In contrast, the bearded seal is the gentle giant of the seabed. up to 8 feet long and weighing from 550 to 770 pounds. They possess a thick white mustache like a sweeping brush, sensitive enough to detect the smallest prey in complete darkness. The harp seal, the migratory artist of the Atlantic. Five and a half to 6 feet long, weighing from 260 to 300 pounds. Harp seals migrate astounding distances, from 5,000 to 6,000 miles each year, from the breeding grounds in the Gulf of St. Lawrence or the White Sea to the Arctic in the summer. The relationship between seals and polar bears is a symphony of life and death that has played out for millennia. Seals make up 90% of the bear's diet. A full-grown male bear can devour 88 to 110 pounds of ringed seal blubber in a single meal. The bear waits motionless by breathing holes, smelling a seal from over 18 miles away, then strikes with its massive paws the moment the prey surfaces. The polar bear naturally regulates the seal population, targeting the young or the weak, keeping the species strong. Seals are indispensable links in the ecosystem. They feed on shrimp, fish, and mollusks, controlling the benthic populations. Though hunted for centuries, seals remain curious and intelligent. They pop their heads up to study boats, playing with air bubbles. In Inuit culture, seals are gifts from the sea goddess Sedna. Their skin becomes clothing, their blubber lights lamps, their meat feeds the sled dogs. Today, these three species remain living warnings. As the ice disappears, it is not just the polar bears that starve. The very soul of the Arctic melts with it. Amidst the fierce blizzards of the Arctic, where the wind howls like a wolf and the snow falls so thick it swallows the horizon, the Arctic fox emerges like a silent phantom, a master artist of camouflage and survival. Scientifically known as Vulpes lagopus, this species is the embodiment of endurance and cunning, forged by nature to face the harshest conditions on Earth. "29 to 43 inches long, weighing only 7 to 15 pounds. However, they are compact and agile, with rounded ears to conserve heat and a bushy tail like a snowy scarf. Follow their light footsteps, the tenacious survivors of the ice, where every season is a test and every meal a victory. The Arctic fox is a masterpiece of seasonal camouflage, an evolutionary trick that allows it to blend into the ever-changing Arctic canvas. In winter, when snow blankets everything, its fur turns a pure white, with a double-thick undercoat for insulation twice as effective. In summer, when the ice melts and the tundra blooms, its coat changes to a mottled grey-brown, blending perfectly with the moss and rocks. Black eyes, a pointed muzzle, and small ears catch the faintest sound beneath the snow, while wide, fur-covered paws act as snowshoes. Each fox occupies a territory of 10 to 20 square miles, marked with urine and scat. The Arctic fox is a master of opportunistic hunting, turning scarcity into opportunity. They are the cleanup crew of the Arctic, feeding on the leftovers from polar bear kills. Their hunting style is a mix of patience and lightning speed. They hunt most at twilight or dawn, when lemmings are active. The breeding season is a testament to the fierce life amidst the ice. From January to March, when the snow is thickest, the female is pregnant for 50 to 60 days and gives birth to 4 to 10 kits in warm snow dens. The mother stays in the den for the first 2 weeks, living off her fat reserves, while the father brings back fresh lemmings or cached meat. The kits grow explosively, opening their eyes after 2 weeks and learning to hunt by the 3rd month. However, only 30 to 50% survive the first year due to cold and starvation. As crucial links in the Arctic food chain, the Arctic fox is both a hunter and the hunted. As climate change melts the ice, the fox must migrate further, facing invasive red foxes from the south. Across the vast tundra plains of the Arctic, the reindeer flow like a living river, carrying the pulse of a seemingly lifeless land. Scientifically known as Rangifer, they are not only the largest animals in the far north, but also the heart, the lifeblood, the unceasing energy of the entire ecosystem. A full-grown male stands 4.5 to 6 feet tall, weighs from 400 to 550 pounds, and carries antlers up to 5 feet wide, while females are smaller, from 175 to 265 pounds. Their two-layered coat, a waterproof outer guard hair, and an insulating inner wool, along with a 2-inch thick layer of fat, allows them to survive in temperatures of minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit. The reindeer is the ecological center of the Arctic, the main food source for predators and indigenous people. They make up over 50% of the terrestrial mammal biomass on the tundra. They are the primary prey of Arctic wolves and polar bears. One adult provides over 220 pounds of meat, fat, and skin, enough to sustain an indigenous family through the long winter. Wolves hunt in packs, targeting the old, weak, or stray. Each year, reindeer undertake the largest overland migration on Earth, with the largest herds like Russia's Taimyr, up to 500,000 strong, traveling from 1,800 to 3,100 miles. They follow ancient paths etched into the earth like reindeer highways hundreds of miles long. Daily travel reaches 30 to 50 miles. The males lead, using their antlers to break a path through the thick snow. The migration is not just for food. It is a wave of living energy spreading across the tundra, carrying fertilizer from the forests to the mossy plains. The reindeer population cycle is nature's thermostat for the entire Arctic ecosystem. The breeding season is a miracle on ice. In October, during the rut, the males fight fiercely for the females. After a 7.5-month gestation, the females give birth in May-June, when the snow melts and new grass sprouts. Each gives birth to a single calf weighing from 11 to 20 pounds, which stands within an hour and runs with the herd after a day. Reindeer possess magical adaptations. Their noses warm the inhaled air before it reaches their lungs. Their eyes change color with the seasons. Their hooves expand in summer for swimming and shrink in winter to grip the ice. In indigenous cultures, the reindeer is the soul of the tundra. The Sami people call them brothers. The Nenets believe that reindeer guide the spirits of the dead. Reindeer are not just symbols. They are the pulse of the Arctic, where every hoofprint is a heartbeat, and every migration is a cycle of life amidst the ice and white snow. Beneath the thick Arctic ice, where an eerie blue light filters through the cracks and the icy currents flow, a colossal world lives, breathes, and sings. This is the kingdom of whales and Arctic marine life. Giants forged by nature to rule the coldest waters on Earth. Each species is a masterpiece of survival. Join us as we dive deep into this frozen kingdom, where every dive is a battle and every song is a declaration of life. The beluga whale, Delphinapterus lucas, are the artists of sound and intelligence. "13 to 20 feet long and weighing from 2,200 to 4,200 pounds. They wear a snow-white skin, not from birth, but acquired through a thick layer of blubber and seasonal molting. With a rounded head, these whales can turn their necks 90 degrees thanks to unfused cervical vertebrae, a rarity among cetaceans. Nicknamed the canaries of the sea, belugas produce over 50 types of sounds, whistles, and clicks for echolocation. Their supreme sonar hunts fish under 6.5 feet of ice, detecting prey from over 300 feet away. In summer, they gather in pods of thousands in estuaries, rubbing against the gravel to shed their old skin. The narwhal, Monodon monoceros, are the living legends of the deep sea, 13 to 18 feet long and weighing from 2,200 to 3,500 pounds. They are famous for the male's spiral tusk, which can grow up to 10 feet long. This tusk contains 10 million nerve endings as sensitive as fingertips, used to measure salinity, pressure, and temperature. Narwhals dive over 3,000 feet, holding their breath for 25 minutes to hunt Arctic cod, squid, and shrimp. They migrate seasonally from Hudson Bay to Greenland, swimming under miles of thick ice, using echolocation to find breathing holes. The walrus, Odobanus rosmarus, are the noisy giants of the Arctic. Males are 10 to 11.5 feet long and weigh from 2,600 to 4,400 pounds. Their year-long tusks, actually elongated canine teeth, are tools for hauling out onto ice and digging up the seabed. A blubber layer of 6 to 8 inches makes them living buoys and shields them from -40°F temperatures. Walruses haul out onto the ice in herds of thousands, piling on top of each other like living rocks. The Arctic, once an impregnable fortress of nature, now faces unprecedented threats. Climate change is melting the ancient ice at a record pace. According to NASA, Arctic sea ice has declined by 13% per decade since 1979, reaching a record low in 2023. Plastic and chemical pollution infiltrate the Arctic Ocean, entering the food chain. Overfishing in adjacent seas depletes the stocks of Arctic cod and shellfish. Water temperatures have warmed by 3.5 to 5.5 degrees Fahrenheit in some areas, disrupting the migratory routes of grey whales and seabirds. The Arctic ecosystem, delicately balanced from ice algae to top predators, is on the verge of collapse. The permafrost covering 24% of the northern hemisphere is thawing, releasing methane gas 25 times more potent than CO2, accelerating the warming process. Persistent organic pollutants like PCBs and mercury concentrate at the top of the food chain. Oil and gas activities, though restricted, still leave their scars. Arctic tourism has exploded. Over 50,000 visitors a year, bringing with them waste, noise, and disturbance. However, hope glimmers amidst the challenges. The international community is uniting to protect this frozen kingdom. Marine protected areas, like Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, protect the habitat of the polar bear. The fight against plastic pollution is intensifying. Ocean cleanup projects and single-use plastic bans in the EU and Canada are reducing the amount of drifting waste. The control of overfishing is being strengthened through the Arctic Council. The Arctic, though fragile, can still be saved if we act now. The Arctic is not just home to the resilient polar bear, the cunning Arctic fox, the enduring walrus. It is the heart of a magical ecosystem where every creature, from the apex predator to the smallest prey, plays an irreplaceable role. But this land is crying for help. The ice is melting, the ocean is polluted, and its fragile life faces extinction due to human-induced change. Under the scorching heat of the Serengeti dry season, a dark shadow appears silently among the low bushes and dense foliage. The leopard, with its agile body of 4 to 5 feet in length and weighing up to 200 pounds, Unlike other predators, the leopard does not need to display its strength or cause devastation. On the open plains, the leopard skillfully uses dry thickets and the shade of bushes for camouflage. When the moment is right, it leaps with a powerful force, propelled by its strong hind legs. It reaches speeds of up to 36 miles per hour in seconds, covering 20 feet in a single bound. Even in the act of hunting, the leopard maintains an absolute silence, as if obeying a rule. In bushy areas, the leopard's hunting technique becomes more versatile, but no less ruthless. Hidden in the shadows, its spotted coat blends with its surroundings, making every movement almost invisible. When the prey enters its range, the leopard strikes with a powerful bite of around 350 psi. Thanks to its exceptional climbing ability, the leopard drags its prey up to the highest branches. Under the dense foliage, the Serengeti's leopard enjoys its reward in absolute tranquility. The leopard is not only a silent and formidable predator, but also a symbol of a primal survival instinct. It is a tangible testament to the cycle of life, where each creature has been created to fulfill a unique role. As a solitary predator, the leopard plays an important role in regulating populations of small animals. While the sun slowly blankets the Serengeti, the gentle sounds under the sun are replaced. The harsh, distinctive laughter of the spotted hyenas echoes across the savannah. The spotted hyena, with its robust body of 4 to 5 feet long and weighing from 130 to 175 pounds, during the harsh dry season, when food becomes scarce, hyenas do not hesitate to seek out carcasses. Thanks to their unique digestive system, they can consume bones and tendons that no other species can digest. However, when even these sources are depleted, their survival instinct forces them to become bolder. The hyena clan begins to stalk weak or injured prey, creatures with almost no strength left. They move with a disturbing synchronicity, unhurried but with an unshakable determination. Their eyes glow in the darkness, while each one advances in silence, tightening the circle. Hyenas, the tireless predators, use highly coordinated hunting tactics in every ambush. When the moment arrives, their chilling laughter reveals sharp teeth, ready for action. In this highly competitive world, the spotted hyena is a species that never gives up. They seize even the smallest opportunities to cling to life. By scavenging and hunting, spotted hyenas contribute to cleaning the environment, preventing the spread of diseases. July marks the beginning of the great, arduous migration across the Serengeti Savannah. Over 1.2 million wildebeest, along with 750,000 zebras and numerous herds of gazelles. The thunder of hooves, clouds of dust, and incessant panting echo across the arid plains. The harshest challenge of this journey is the Mara River, the final daunting barrier. Many animals collapse from exhaustion, some fall prey to the monsters of the Mara, and only the strongest survive. Beneath the apparent tranquility of the Mara River lie deadly dangers. Enormous Nile crocodiles lurk silently. These reptiles, almost invisible in the murky water, with an impressive length of up to 20 feet and a weight exceeding 2,200 pounds, Nile crocodiles are the undisputed kings. The Mara River, seemingly calm, suddenly transforms into a stage for unforgiving confrontations. On the riverbank, the herds of wildebeest and zebra hesitate, filled with uncertainty. In the water, the predators wait patiently, as if they command the flow of time, waiting in silence. The river before them becomes mysterious and silent, as if issuing a subtle warning. Despite the pressure and hesitation, they have no choice. They must cross. A few brave animals move forward and plunge into the murky waters, breaking the surface with decisive leaps. As soon as the sound of tearing water rings out, the silence explodes with the sudden appearance of the predators. From the riverbed, a massive crocodile emerges at a speed of 22 miles per hour. The sound of splashing water merges with the desperate cries of the herd, echoing in the air. In an instant, the crocodile's powerful jaws clamp down securely around its prey. With a bite force of 5,000 psi, nearly 3 times that of a lion, the attack is over. The hunt ends in seconds, but the atmosphere becomes thick and suffocating. Beneath the surface of the Mara River, the dominant predators continue to lurk, silent and patient. The river sinks back into an absolute silence, as if the battle had never occurred. Is it possible for a species to survive without depending on water, even in the most arid regions? Faced with the dangerous Mara River, the Grant's gazelle does not rush like other species. Calmly, they seek alternative routes, taking advantage of spaces around the riverbanks. Each Grant's gazelle stands from 33 to 37 inches tall and weighs around 77 to 110 pounds. God has blessed them with a perfect design, allowing them to reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour. Their sandy-colored coat covers their entire body, helping them blend into the arid plains of the Serengeti. A black stripe runs from the leg to the flank, clearly dividing the white coat of the belly and the brown above. Both males and females have smooth, lyre-shaped horns, which are not just defensive weapons. The Grant's gazelle stands out for its incredible ability to survive in arid environments. Instead of risking the Mara River crossing for water, this species can obtain all the water it needs from plants. Thanks to its ability to metabolize water from vegetation, the Grant's gazelle is not dependent on surface water sources. It is a rare and almost unique trait in the world of antelopes. With their high speed, they easily avoid dangers both in the water and on land. Every step it takes on the savannah is a testament to the incredible adaptive power of nature. While the Grant's gazelle finds its way around the Mara River, another predator approaches stealthily. It is the cheetah, the fastest hunter on the planet. Under the harsh Serengeti sun, its golden coat with small black spots allows it to almost blend in. With a slender body up to 5 feet long and weighing from 88 to 132 pounds, they not only hunt with speed but also employ intelligent strategies. On the plains of the Serengeti, speed is the most powerful weapon. The cheetah takes advantage of low bushes, approaching its prey stealthily with a piercing gaze. Suddenly, the cheetah bursts forth like a lightning bolt, shattering the silence of the savannah. It reaches a staggering speed of 60 miles per hour in just a few seconds. However, time is the cheetah's greatest enemy. In just 20 seconds, its maximum speed must bring it to its target. With a powerful leap, the cheetah bites into the prey's neck with a force of up to 500 psi. On the vast plains of the Serengeti, all sounds seem to vanish, leaving only the sound of panting breath. Thanks to its exceptional speed for hunting, the cheetah plays a role in controlling the population of young gazelles. After the intense chases on the savannah, thick clouds appear on the horizon. October arrives, and with it, the short, rainy season, a dramatic transition that awakens life. The first drops of rain fall on the Serengeti, like an unexpected gift, reawakening all life. Answering nature's call, the herds once again begin their migration towards the Promised Land. This journey is not only a quest for food, but also an immersion into an endless rhythm. When December arrives, the migration cycle closes with the return of the dry season. Will we let this magnificent spectacle remain only in memory, or will we rise to the challenge? An urgent cry for help echoes from the Serengeti, where the planet's greatest migrations are under threat. This ecosystem is not just a natural wonder, but also a source of life for millions of species. If we do not act immediately, we will lose a priceless heritage. These problems do not only stem from natural phenomena, but also silently arise from human interventions. Climate change and habitat loss are always primary concerns. The average temperature in the Serengeti has risen by about 1.5 degrees Celsius in recent decades. Furthermore, agricultural expansion and infrastructure construction have put immense pressure on the Serengeti. Wildlife habitat is increasingly shrinking, disrupting natural migrations. The Serengeti ecosystem, with its majesty and splendor, faces unprecedented challenges. The impact of human activities, though silent, is undeniable. The black rhinoceros has become a primary victim of poaching. Poaching remains a terrible threat. Every year, hundreds of rhinos are still killed across Africa for their horns. However, in the Serengeti, a glimmer of hope remains, as the black rhino population has increased tenfold. The Rhino Conservation Project has implemented anti-poaching measures, such as mobile units. The Serengeti now has a vast conservation system in which the national park plays a central role. The Serengeti ecosystem includes several wildlife reserves in Tanzania and Kenya. To conserve the Serengeti while promoting sustainable development, measures have been implemented. These are not just efforts to save nature, but also an act of respect for creation. This is the beginning of a new day. A day where the lines of survival are drawn ever more sharply. The Savannah enters the most arid phase of the year, the deep, dry season, where all life is drawn to a single focal point, the waterhole. Under the increasingly intense sun, the shoreline recedes inward day by day, leaving behind a layer of cracked mud and a jumble of overlapping footprints. The small, shallow pools are the first to disappear. During prolonged droughts, the water level in many of the smaller holes drops steadily by 1 to 2 inches per day. In less than 2 weeks, a shallow depression can dry up completely. The remaining deeper, wider waterholes become the final gathering points of the savanna. Every species converges. Whether it is an elephant leading its herd across dozens of miles or an impala threading its way through the bush, all are drawn to the one dwindling source. No more boundaries between predator and prey. No more choosing a safer time to drink. No more space to keep a safe distance. The waterhole becomes nature's last supper. The Cape buffalo are often the first to arrive simply because they are rarely far away. They make their way to the waterhole through the arid African savanna. These buffalo are widely distributed across southern and eastern Africa, with a total population of African buffalo estimated at about 513,000 individuals. That number continues to decline, a long-term trend driven by habitat loss, hunting, and climate change. They have adapted through a strong herd lifestyle. The groups can range from a few dozen to over 1,000 individuals, with a clear social structure and hierarchy. As they approach the waterhole, their first instinct is to drink. They usually arrive in the early morning or late afternoon to avoid the scorching heat. The mud along the water's edge offers more than just refreshment. The Cape buffalo wallow in it to cool down, protecting themselves from flies, mosquitoes, and parasites. Once it dries, the mud acts as a natural suit of armor. This is also when social interactions occur most frequently. But the waterhole is anything but safe. This life-sustaining resource always brings competition. Sometimes the Cape buffalo confronts a rhinoceros. But when the true giants arrive, all must make way. The greater threat, however, comes from the elephants. When an elephant herd arrives, the Cape buffalo almost always retreat. They are simply not in the same weight class as the largest land mammals on Earth. And while the African elephant is known for its gentle nature, they can become very territorial, especially near a waterhole. They do not just come to drink, they come to survive, a space to cool down, to care for their bodies, and to maintain the bonds that hold the herd together. An adult elephant can drink from 40 to 80 gallons of water per day, using its trunk, the only tool it has, to suck up each mouthful and spray it into its mouth. The waterhole is not just a place to drink. They are natural spas, playgrounds, and social centers. The young calves play, the adults spray water on each other, and the younger males test their strength in harmless sparring matches. When the surface water runs out, the elephants dig deeper, using their tusks and front feet to break through the dry mud or sand in search of hidden underground water sources. In doing so, they not only save themselves, but often uncover water for other species as well. This behavior has earned the elephant the title of ecosystem engineer. They are widely distributed across Africa, with a continent-wide population estimated at about 415,000 individuals. However, from 1964 to 2016, the number of savanna elephants has declined by as much as 70% and forest elephants by up to 90%, mainly due to habitat loss and poaching. Their migration is tied to the water. In the rainy season, the elephants wander far in search of fresh food. But as the dry season tightens its grip, they return to the most reliable waterholes. At the waterhole, the elephant reigns supreme. Their dominance can be forceful, even aggressive. But it is also how they secure the resources for their herd. Amidst the scorched plains of Africa, where the ground cracks like the skin of some ancient reptile, water is more precious than gold. The earth is cracked. The air vibrates. The waterhole, now just a shallow mud pit, becomes an arena for giants. An old bull elephant, his face patient but full of authority, approaches. But at the water's edge, a black rhino stands, its gaze defiant. Two monarchs of the savannah, each carrying the pride of its species, are now forced to confront each other for every precious drop of water. No roars, no howls, just a pressurized silence, a battle of wills where both know that a single small mistake could cost the weaker one dearly. Will the herd strength of the elephant subdue the solitary will of the rhino, or will its inherent stubbornness hold its ground? The unforgiving battle for life is happening right now. And in the dry dust, another figure steps out with a distinct toughness. The black rhino is not a species that is particularly attached to any one waterhole. They only seek out water during the quieter hours of the day. Each visit may last only a few minutes, enough to drink their fill before retreating to the safety of the surrounding bushes. In ideal conditions, they can drink up to 9 gallons of water per day. But in times of drought, they can go several days without drinking, relying instead on the moisture in the leaves they eat. The soft mud around the edge of the waterhole often bears their large, circular footprints. This cool, damp mud helps to regulate their temperature, and when it dries, it forms a natural shield that protects against UV rays and insects. Although largely solitary, the black rhino still leaves invisible messages around the waterhole. They mark the area with dung piles and by spraying streams of urine, signals that convey information about their sex and reproductive status. With a strong sense of territory and a volatile temperament, confrontations are often unavoidable. Encounters between two individuals can escalate into fierce battles, both using their sharp horns to attack. But in the dry season, access to water can be more precious than life itself. Then the sky changes, opening a new chapter of renewal. As the dry season ends, the sky over the savannah begins to change color. The first clouds of the season gather, heavy but full of promise. The first rains fall in light, scattered drops, then gradually become heavier and more regular, soaking the cracked earth. This is when the waterholes begin to transform. From shrunken mud puddles, they slowly fill, then overflow, pushing their boundaries wider day by day. No longer confined by the limits of the dry season, the waterholes expand, some doubling or even quintupling in size. The water is not just more abundant, but also cleaner. The heavy rains dilute the muddy bottom, washing away months of accumulated sediment. Around the waterholes, the landscape changes at a remarkable speed. In just 2 to 3 weeks of regular rain, fresh grass covers the ground. These young shoots are soft, tender, and rich in nutrients. An ideal food source for large herbivores like zebras, wildebeest, and buffalo. It is not just the local wildlife that responds. Migratory birds begin to arrive from Europe, Central Asia, and the Middle East. And on the new water's surface, a graceful bird begins a peculiar walk. The newly formed shallow waters quickly become feeding and breeding grounds for wading birds. This is the time when a bird known by the nickname Jesus bird the African jacana, begins its remarkable journey. They do not fly in a hurry. They arrive gently, almost silently, leaving delicate, fine footprints like brushstrokes on the floating lily pads. The African jacana's ability to walk on floating vegetation is one of nature's most incredible feats. They have exceptionally long toes and slender claws, which help to distribute their body weight over a much larger surface area. The rainy season waterhole environment is an ideal setting for this bird. The spreading, still shallow waters are filled with a jumble of floating plants that form a vibrant labyrinth. The African jacana weaves through the gaps in the leaves, using its long beak to gently probe the underside in search of insects, larvae, and spiders. Each cluster of leaves is a world of its own, and the jacana is a patient, graceful hunter. Unlike most bird species, the African jacana follows a completely reversed breeding system. The female is the larger, more brightly colored individual and the one who dominates the territory. It maintains a large area in which several males reside. After mating, the female lays her eggs in a nest built by a male, then quickly moves on to repeat the cycle with other partners. Meanwhile, the female is already in another corner of the waterhole, preparing for her next round of nesting. Instead of investing completely in one clutch, the female spreads the survival risk over multiple nests. And the male, although taking on the role of caregiver, is the key figure in preserving the species' genetic legacy. But this fragile peace is soon broken by a motionless gray shadow. After the African jacana has gracefully walked on the water, the scene opens up to fresh rainwater spreading across the savannah. In the stillness of the waterhole, a gray heron appears, as motionless as a statue in the shallow water. At nearly 3 feet tall with a wingspan that can be up to 69 inches, the gray heron is an unmistakable silhouette. And yet, when it stands perfectly still, blending in with the gray sky and the low bushes, it almost disappears from the sight of its prey. In the wet, slow rhythm of the rainy season, when everything softens and moves more gently, the grey heron's patient and silent hunting style becomes even more effective. It does not chase its prey. Instead, the heron uses an ambush strategy. It stands perfectly still, often on one leg, for many minutes. Beneath the murky water, fish, tadpoles, frogs, and insects go about their business, unaware that the long shadow above is waiting for the slightest movement. When the moment comes, the grey heron strikes with incredible speed. Its sharp, spear-like beak shoots down in a split second, precise and decisive. In the ever-moving ecosystem of the waterhole, the grey heron is not particularly picky about its meals. Fish is still the top choice, but if a shrimp, a crab, a small crustacean, or even a vole or a stray chick comes too close to the water's edge, it will not be ignored. The waterhole is also a social center for the grey heron. As the breeding season approaches, they gather in large groups, often nesting in tall trees near the water. A typical nest contains 3 to 5 pale blue eggs. After hatching, the chicks stay in the nest for 7 to 8 weeks until they are strong enough to spread their wings and fly. And yet, not all choose silence. Some turn the waterhole into a dance floor. Some are permanent residents, while others migrate from the temperate regions to the south when conditions become harsher. Although they share the color grey in both their plumage and their name, the grey-crowned crane exhibits a completely different lifestyle. As the ground begins to retain water after the first rains, these cranes land with their wings spread, carrying a regal presence. Unlike the silent hunters like the grey heron, this crane rarely stands still. It moves constantly along the water's edge, each step graceful but purposeful. With each firm stomp on the damp ground, the mud beneath vibrates. Insects, frogs, and other small creatures hidden under the surface are startled and emerge. This foot-stomping feeding method is a characteristic behavior demonstrating the bird's intelligence in actively interacting with its environment. Their diet has few limits, from grasshoppers and crickets to seeds, young grass, lizards, worms, and sometimes even bird eggs. In the heart of the flooded plains, the gray-crowned crane is not just here to hunt, it is here to connect, to belong. The individuals are often seen in pairs or small family groups. They gather around the shallow pools, sipping the clear water, basking in the sunday. In the stillness of the landscape, those calls travel far, creating a kind of primal music that only those who have heard it in person can truly understand. Researchers believe that these dances are not just mating rituals, they strengthen the bond between the lifelong partners. Although not a long-distance migratory species, the gray-crowned crane does move seasonally, following the water sources and the promise of lush vegetation. They are widely distributed throughout eastern and southern Africa. This bird is the national symbol of Uganda, appearing in the center of its flag in a proud posture, representing grace, composure, and national pride. In the wild, the gray-crowned crane lives for an average of 20 to 25 years, and in captivity, they can live up to 35 or even 40. However, their status as a cultural icon does not come from their longevity, but from their refined demeanor, their complex social habits, and their unique ability to express emotion. Then suddenly, a brilliant red beak silently descends into the shallow water. The saddle-billed stork silently enters the shallow water. Its brilliant red beak, banded with yellow, glitters in the light. Unlike the ambush predators like the heron, the saddle-billed stork hunts with a more deliberate and active approach. It usually forages alone or in pairs, wading slowly through the shallow waters with a calm, focused demeanor. Its unhurried stride and sweeping gaze glide over the water's surface. But it is its large beak, nearly 12 inches long, that is the real hunting tool. Instead of striking randomly, the bird constantly dips its beak into the water, as if scanning for the slightest ripples beneath the mud. The moment the tip of the beak feels even the slightest twitch, Be it a gentle flick of a catfish or a sideways crawl of a crab, the snap is instantaneous. When it catches a fish nearly half its own length, the stork will usually carry it to the bank, turning the fish with its beak to swallow it head first. At up to 5 feet tall with a wingspan of nearly 8 feet, the saddle-billed stork is one of the largest birds in Africa. The males are generally heavier, averaging 14 pounds compared to the females' 13. An easy way to distinguish the sexes in the wild is by their eye color. Their preferred habitats are large, shallow wetlands, swamps, floodplain lakes, and seasonal river channels. The loss of wetland habitat, groundwater extraction, riverine deforestation, and agricultural runoff have shrunk their range. But the waterhole never stops. It continues to cycle, opening a new chapter of life and the battle for conservation. As the seasonal rains fill the natural depressions across the land, a waterhole is not merely a new pool on the Savannah, it becomes the engine that restarts the entire ecosystem. From the nutrient-rich mud that attracts the return of aquatic life, to the lush green grasslands that draw the migrating herds, and even the arrival of the predators that follow their prey. In the rainy season, each waterhole becomes a biological crossroads from which life radiates. In the dry season, its role becomes even more crucial. Each day, the largest residents of the savannah need hundreds of liters of water just to regulate their body temperature and to survive. Even the species that can go longer without drinking rarely stray more than 2 days from a water source. In the dry season, when the average rainfall drops below 2 inches a month, the waterholes become essential gathering points. However, human intervention in the availability of water has not always produced the expected results. Studies have shown that the too even distribution of water sources has disrupted the natural movement patterns, putting pressure on the vegetation. Restricting the supply of artificial water is not about cutting off life. It is a strategy to restore balance. As the animals have to travel further to find water, the interval between the reproductive cycles of some of the largest species has increased. However, the role of a waterhole is not just to sustain wildlife. Thousands of animals drink, defecate, and urinate here, turning the area into a fertile strip of land. This cycle continues, tightly intertwined, silently precise, all without the need for a human hand. The waterhole is a lifeline, a gathering place, a battlefield, a stage, all existing in a small space, but connecting hundreds of species. To humans, it may seem like nothing more than a mud puddle, but for the wild world, it is where life begins, regenerates, and reconnects. And as the rains begin to dissipate across the savannah, where the ground cracks and the dry bushes struggle under the heat, the waterholes are no longer a gift of nature. They become a battlefield against disappearance. In these conditions, the conservation efforts are launched with urgency and innovation. In Kenya's Tsavo Conservancy, 2 new boreholes have been drilled deep into the earth, providing a stable source of water for the people, their livestock, and the countless herds of wildlife. In Zimbabwe's Hwang National Park, over 25 hybrid solar and diesel-powered pumps operate continuously, keeping the waterholes full even at night. In South Africa, the artificial waterholes are strategically placed based on the specific preferences of each species. Each drop of water is now no longer something that falls freely. It is preserved thanks to the joint efforts of science, the local communities, and the silent guardians. But that life cannot exist without the protective hand of humans. Conservation is not just the job of organizations. It begins with the awareness and the small actions of each individual. Because when the natural world suffers anywhere, we, wherever we are, also lose a part of ourselves. And if you have ever experienced an African safari, watching the rhinos and the elephants gather at a waterhole to quench their thirst, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and experiences. Your story could become the spark that ignites future conservation efforts. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to join us on our next extraordinary adventure. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant, an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippines spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of 3 massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Cheetah have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons: the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable. with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaroa, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. In the wilds of the Philippines, the struggle for survival is a constant, an endless cycle of life and endurance. In the ecosystem of the Palawan rainforest, the dense canopy is both a refuge and a battlefield for countless species. The Philippine spotted deer, with its brown coat flecked with white, moves silently through the dense undergrowth. High above, the Philippine eagle soars, its wings outstretched against the sky. And hidden beneath the leaves is the Philippine tarsier, tiny but incredibly resourceful. It moves through the branches with astonishing agility. It must always evade the eagle's sharp eyes, a predator that never loses sight of its target. Along the coast of the Verde Island Passage, the heart of the Coral Triangle, a giant whale shark glides gently, a gentle giant of the sea. But not all marine inhabitants are so placid. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its modest size, carries a venom potent enough to stop a human heart. In the mangrove forests of Aurora, mudskippers dance on the water's surface like acrobats, seizing every opportunity to find food. Here, the crab-eating macaque faces the devastation of typhoons and the pressure of competition from other species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies in ambush, its patience, a testament to its formidable predatory instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless battle for survival. And every movement is a testament to the fierce vitality of nature. But these victories are fragile, demanding steadfast protection to ensure they are not the final notes of this symphony of life. Lying along the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Philippines is one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. It is not only home to over 20 active volcanoes, but is also the meeting point of 3 massive tectonic plates. The relentless collision of these plates millions of years ago gave birth to the Philippine archipelago. This process was like a master sculptor, constantly carving, erupting, and building to create towering mountains and deep valleys. The landscape of the Philippines is a diverse tapestry, from high peaks to vibrant coral reefs beneath the ocean. In Luzon, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras are a fusion of human ingenuity and natural beauty. Built over 2,000 years ago, these terraces look like stairways to the heavens. But the story of the Philippines is not just about nature. The history of this archipelago is a timeless epic. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was found on the island of Luzon. Indigenous tribes like the Eta have existed for millennia, preserving their unique cultures. The era of cultural exchange began when Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines in 1521, bringing with him over 300 years of Spanish influence. Religion and architecture have shaped this nation. Catholicism is deeply rooted in the lives of the people, with over 86% of the population being Catholic. In the late 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States. This period ushered in modernization, from an American-style education system to infrastructure development. In 1946, the Philippines gained its independence, beginning a new chapter in its development and integration. The tropical climate of the Philippines is like an artist, constantly painting vibrant landscapes that change with the seasons. Each year, the Philippines experiences two main seasons: the dry season and the rainy season. The dry season, from December to May, brings bright sunshine and clear blue skies. From June to November, the rainy season covers the islands with torrential downpours, with an average annual rainfall of 91 inches. This period is also marked by powerful typhoons, with an average of 20 typhoons per year, some of which are among the strongest on the planet. It is these harsh conditions that have shaped a unique environment where life must adapt to survive. The biodiversity of the rainforests in the Philippines is truly astonishing. It is one of the richest ecosystems on Earth. The Philippines belongs to the group of 17 megadiverse countries, which together hold 70 to 80% of the planet's biological species. To date, Over 15,000 plant species have been recorded, with about 50% being endemic. The wildlife is no less remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species. The rainforests tell a story of life and adaptation. The tamaroa, a wild dwarf buffalo, has existed for thousands of years, perfectly adapted to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has pushed their numbers to below 500, making them one of the most critically endangered species. Besides, the pitcher plant Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity. With its pitcher-shaped traps filled with sweet nectar, it silently catches and consumes unsuspecting insects. In contrast, the Palawan peacock pheasant, adorned with sparkling green eyes on its feathers, is a masterpiece of natural art. In the stillness of the pristine tropical rainforests, the Philippine eagle soars high as a living symbol of the wild. With the nickname monkey-eating eagle, it appears in folklore and myths, associated with the image of a warrior protecting the ancient forests. On currency, postage stamps, and the national coat of arms, the image of the Philippine eagle is a testament to the country's independence and strength. The Philippine eagle emerged millions of years ago in an environment isolated by the ocean. This isolation created a unique evolutionary branch, where this bird developed distinct characteristics to adapt to the tropical jungle. With keen eyes that can see up to 1.8 miles, it is capable of tracking prey in the dense forests. The feathers on its head stand erect like a natural crown, accentuating its proud appearance. A wingspan of over 7 feet provides incredible agility to navigate through the narrow gaps in the forest. They are found mainly on the large islands of Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where the primary forests still exist. The Philippine eagle is a devoted parent. Each pair produces only one offspring every 2 years, which makes the survival of the young extremely important for the entire population. The nurturing process is not just a biological act, but also a transmission of hunting skills, helping the young to learn how to survive in a challenging world. The Philippine eagle is a highly territorial species, with each pair controlling a vast area of up to 37,000 acres. They hunt prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique is not just based on strength, but a perfect combination of patience and strategy. It often perches motionless for hours on high branches, its sharp eyes able to detect any movement up to 1.8 miles below. Sometimes, the eagle silently stalks its prey through the canopy, taking advantage of every opening to get closer. Each dive is not only lightning fast, but also incredibly precise. With talons 4 inches long and as sharp as razors, a single strike is enough to subdue large prey like flying lemurs or monkeys. The presence of this eagle extends far beyond the role of a mere predator. Thanks to its special hunting ability, it controls the populations of species like the flying lemur and monkeys, ensuring no species becomes overpopulated. However, the story of the Philippine eagle is not just one of pride. Their current population in the wild is estimated to be only about 400 to 600 individuals. The primary forests, their home, are under serious threat from agricultural expansion and urbanization. Furthermore, illegal hunting and population fragmentation are increasingly hindering their ability to reproduce and survive. Under the dense canopy of the tropical rainforest, the tarsier hides in the darkness like a mysterious creature. Though tiny, it is blessed with extraordinary survival abilities. The presence of the tarsier is the result of millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippine archipelago. This tropical archipelago, with its diverse flora and fauna, has allowed the tarsier to develop unique characteristics. This power comes not just from their size, but also from the unique structure of their retinas, which allows them to capture light much more effectively than the human eye. Complementing its special vision is the ability to turn its head 180 degrees, giving it a panoramic view without moving its body. However, the tarsier is not just a predator, it plays an important role in maintaining ecological balance. By controlling the insect population, it prevents the outbreak of pests, protecting the trees and vegetation. At the same time, it is also prey for larger animals like the Philippine hawk owl, contributing to the stability of the natural food chain. But its story is also one of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list of the IUCN Red List. In addition, the pressure from hunting for the pet trade or for tourism has exacerbated their precarious situation. Leaving the sun-drenched savannah behind, our journey will take us across golden sands to the mystical beauty of the Red Sea. The Red Sea, a narrow strip of blue, cutting between the hot deserts of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. From above, it appears tranquil, almost lifeless. But beneath its surface lies a world unparalleled. This is one of the warmest and saltiest seas on the planet. Its waters, warmed by the tropical sun, nurture thousands of species of fish, corals, and invertebrates. The Red Sea is a living museum of evolution, where every coral reef, every tiny sea anemone, every shimmering fish tells its own story of survival, symbiosis, and the eternal struggle. This sea connects continents, cultures, and civilizations. But it is its underwater world that holds the secrets still invisible to most. Today, we will dive beneath the surface of the Red Sea to meet its inhabitants, to get acquainted with the fish that dance in its waters, with the corals that have built their cities over centuries. Welcome to a world where time is measured not in hours, but in tides and the breath of the reef. A world that reminds us of the true beauty of our planet. Amidst the vibrant coral towers, these small, colorful creatures can always be found. These are the anthias, the golden beauties of the Red Sea. For the anthias, every second of movement matters. They are always in motion, always dancing. They swim in schools, like a single living organism, catching the smallest plankton that drift with the current. The female anthias are a vibrant reddish-orange, while the males turn a purplish hue and grow long, almost dragon-like, tail fins. Surprisingly, every anthias is born female. Only the strongest will, over time, change their sex and become male to lead their harem. These small fish are not just the ornaments of the Red Sea. They are a vital part of the reef ecosystem. Without them, there would be no life to make these waters the most magical on Earth. In the world of the anthias, there is no division into permanent females and those born as males. Their life is arranged differently. Each of these orange fish carries within it the potential to become something greater. When the harem loses its only male, a special moment arrives. And then one of the females begins to change. This is not just a change of role. This is not merely a change of role, but a rewriting of its very being. An ancient command awakens in its blood. Hormones surge, not to change its mood, but to reshape its future. It is a biological coronation, a sacrifice that ensures the survival of the dynasty. A few days later, the fish that was a normal female yesterday is now the new leader of the harem. It loses its old colors and acquires the iridescence of a mature male. This transformation may seem like a miracle, but in the underwater world, it is the result of a harsh necessity. If the Antheus could not change their sex, their harems would disintegrate. Among the schools of Antheus, it is easy to spot a larger silhouette with a bright red body dotted with blue spots. This is the coral grouper. It does not pursue speed. This predator prefers ambush tactics. The grouper chooses a dark hiding place among the corals, stands still in the water, and patiently waits. The grouper can be up to 1.5 feet long and weigh several pounds. It lives a solitary life, occupying a specific territory and guarding it jealously. Its body is densely covered with small blue dots, creating an illusion of shimmer. It is almost invisible. Its translucent body dissolves in the water. And only the thin stripes on its legs and the blue spots betray its presence. This is a shrimp of the genus Periclymenes, a true master of camouflage. Its life unfolds in a close alliance with corals and sea anemones. Here it finds protection, and in return it performs an important job, cleaning its host of leftovers and parasites. Such shrimp are the invisible janitors of the reef. Their long white antennae signal to the fish the cleaning has begun. The fish approach, open their gills and mouth, and the shrimp carefully picks away dirt and dead skin. The world of the Red Sea is sustained by such bonds. This bird, marked by a red patch on its breast that resembles a bleeding heart, sings a mournful tune as it faces extinction due to habitat loss. The Aurora mangrove forest acts as an important carbon sink. These mangrove forests not only shield the coast from tsunamis, but also reduce the force of typhoons by 60 to 80%, acting as a living shield for the vulnerable coastal communities. The Aurora mangrove ecosystem, a lush green labyrinth, holds extraordinary stories of survival. Here, the mudskipper, a unique amphibious fish, demonstrates the remarkable adaptability and evolution of nature. Amidst the mudflats and the intertwined mangrove roots, the mudskipper is the embodiment of a conqueror standing on the boundary between the sea and the land. The mudskipper carries the legacy of an extraordinary evolutionary journey over millions of years. Its ancestors transitioned from a fully aquatic life to a rare amphibious lifestyle. The mudskipper has the ability to absorb oxygen through its skin and the lining of its mouth, allowing it to survive in the oxygen-poor environment of the mudflats. Not only that, they also carry natural oxygen tanks. Before coming ashore, they fill their gill chambers with water. This water, along with the dissolved oxygen in it, allows them to breathe even while on land for an extended period. Essentially, they are explorers carrying their own scuba gear. The Aurora mangrove forest, a vibrant tableau of life, is also a refuge for the long-tailed macaque. With its swift currents and muddy terrain, the mangrove forest creates the perfect stage for this primate to hone its survival skills. The mangrove roots that rise above the water like outstretched arms help the monkeys to avoid threats from snakes or crocodiles. Living in troops of 10 to 30 individuals, the long-tailed macaque maintains a complex social structure with well-defined roles and relationships. They are particularly fond of crustaceans such as crabs and shrimp, and can even catch small fish. Their dexterous hands are effective tools for breaking crab shells or extracting food from the smallest crevices in the tree roots. At the same time, their accidental dropping of seeds during their movements helps to regenerate the mangrove forest, making them natural seed dispersers. The Aurora mangrove ecosystem, with its complex network of intertwined roots, holds the mysterious stories of the fierce vitality of nature. Hidden in the mud and the quiet creeks, the water monitor moves like a silent ruler of this land. Millions of years ago, the ancestors of these lizards began their journey of adapting to various environments. Over time, the water monitor has evolved to thrive in diverse ecosystems, from dense jungles to brackish waters. Its hunting tactic reveals the sophistication of a master predator. Hidden underwater or in the mud, it waits for the perfect moment to strike, launching a lightning-fast snap with a powerful bite. However, the water monitor is not just a formidable predator. It plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. As a scavenger, it helps to remove animal carcasses from the environment, reducing the spread of disease and ensuring the mangrove forest remains healthy. Beyond the land, the Philippine Sea, with its over 7,641 islands scattered across the Pacific, hides a mysterious and vibrant underwater world. Here, the sandy seabed and the coral reefs form the crucial pieces of a rich and enchanting marine tapestry. The tropical climate of the Philippines, with a stable sea temperature of 77 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit, provides ideal conditions for coral to grow. The Pacific Ocean currents bring nutrient-rich waters, breathing life into the coral reefs. Each square feet of coral reef can contain hundreds of species, turning these underwater landscapes into the rainforests of the sea. In the vastness of the ocean, the Verde Island Passage stands as a marine corridor and a living museum of life. Dubbed the center of marine biodiversity in the world, its coral reef ecosystem is where nature dons its most brilliant attire. The coral reefs of the Verde Island Passage stretch to the south of Luzon, between Batangas and Mindoro, nestled in the Coral Triangle. The coral reefs of the Philippines have a total area of 22,400 miles, accounting for over 9% of the global coral reef area. The Verde Island Passage alone, with over 300 coral species and 800 fish species, is not just a residence but also an important stopover for migrating marine creatures. If the ocean is the heart of our planet, then the Verde Island Passage is one of its most powerful beats, nurturing life for the entire world. The coral reefs here are home to over 500 species of coral and thousands of species of fish. Among them, the giant clam stands out as a biological island, providing shelter and food for countless smaller creatures. This giant creature, with a length of up to 4 feet and a weight of over 440 pounds, is a living wonder and a testament to the perfect harmony between life and its environment. And they are not just giants, but also centenarian witnesses of the ocean. The giant clam can live for over 100 years, silently recording the changes of the coral reef through many human generations. Each growth ring on their shell is a diary page of the ocean's history. Inside its tissues, the tiny zooxanthellae algae perform photosynthesis, converting sunlight into energy that not only nourishes the algae but also allows the giant clam to grow to its impressive size. Although immobile, the giant clam uses sophisticated survival strategies. It opens its shell to filter hundreds of gallons of water per day, absorbing plankton and small nutrient particles. When it senses danger, its shell snaps shut with incredible speed, forming an impenetrable fortress. However, the overharvesting for its valuable shell and meat has pushed this species onto the vulnerable list of the IUCN. Climate change, with the acidification of the ocean and the rising water temperatures, has further reduced their ability to reproduce and grow. In the deep blue waters, the ocean sunfish glides slowly, occasionally surfacing as if sunbathing. This behavior not only helps to regulate its body temperature, but also allows seabirds and small fish to remove parasites from its skin. With its enormous size, up to 10 feet long and weighing over 5,000 pounds, the ocean sunfish seems to be a living embodiment of time. On this stage, the whale shark takes center stage, captivating with its enormous size and majestic presence. As the largest fish in the world, reaching lengths of up to 40 feet and weighing up to about 44,000 pounds, the whale shark is the embodiment of the greatness that nature bestows upon the marine ecosystems. The lineage of the whale shark extends back millions of years, dating back to a time when the oceans were still pristine and chaotic. Unique evolutionary traits, such as a wide mouth for filtering plankton and fish eggs, have allowed it to adapt perfectly to the tropical marine environment. In the Verde Island Passage, the millions of plankton and fish eggs that float in these waters provide an ideal food source for this gentle giant. With a distribution that spans across the warm oceans of the world, the whale shark is most concentrated in nutrient-rich areas like Donsol and Sorsogon. Here, they can easily access the abundant food sources, maintaining their incredible size and strength. The deep waters of the Verde Island Passage, likened to a living watercolor painting, are home to these gentle giants. Gliding with ease, the whale sharks move through the ocean like living battleships, massive but graceful. Their 4-inch thick skin, adorned with white patterns that resemble a star map, is not just a natural beauty, but also a sturdy shield. Beneath the crystal-clear waters of the Verde Island Passage, the whale shark employs a unique and elegant feeding technique. Opening their mouths up to 5 feet wide like giant caverns, they filter millions of gallons of seawater each day. The tiny plankton, fish eggs, and other small marine organisms are trapped by their sophisticated filtration system, while the water exits through their gills. The whale shark's journey is rhythmic and energy efficient. Swimming at a slow pace of only 3 miles per hour, they can travel thousands of miles each year in search of nutrient-rich waters. The whale shark does not rely on predatory strength, but on patience to feed. In doing so, they help to prevent the blooming of plankton, maintain the oxygen levels in the water, and protect other marine species. However, their beauty and size cannot shield the whale shark from threats. Pollution, illegal fishing, and collisions with ships have significantly reduced their numbers. According to a 2023 report by the IUCN, the whale shark is now classified as endangered. The dugong, belonging to the order Sirenia, is one of the remaining jewels of the ocean. With its slow, graceful movements, elongated body, and contemplative eyes, The dugong seems to carry within it the essence of a distant past. The IUCN has classified this species as vulnerable due to a significant decline in its population. The dugong is the only marine mammal that feeds exclusively on seagrass, using its wide, flexible snout to uproot patches of seagrass, leaving feeding trails across the ocean floor. The seagrass meadows are not only the dugong's sole source of nutrition, but are also crucial for maintaining marine biodiversity. Their feeding process, which takes hours each day, promotes the growth and regeneration of the seagrass in a natural way. The role of the dugong in the ecosystem is irreplaceable. They are the gardeners of the sea, sustaining life and creating habitats for many species of fish, crustaceans, and invertebrates. The Verde Island coral reef, a vibrant intersection of color and life, is home to a tiny but extremely powerful creature, the blue-ringed octopus. With its glowing blue rings that resemble a living masterpiece of nature, this creature is not just a testament to the wonders of the ocean, but also a symbol of latent power. The Verde Island coral reef, with a depth of 1.5 to 160 feet, provides the perfect environment for the blue-ringed octopus to hide and hunt. The rock crevices, the seagrass meadows, and the coral reefs provide both shelter and the opportunity to display its special camouflage skills. Using specialized chromatophore cells, it can change its color to blend in with its surroundings, making it almost invisible to its enemies. When threatened, its vibrant blue rings light up brilliantly, serving as an unmistakable warning signal. The blue-ringed octopus uses a hunting strategy that is a perfect combination of speed and precision. With its sharp beak, it injects a highly potent neurotoxin into its prey. This mixture of toxins, many times more powerful than cyanide, can cause paralysis and respiratory arrest in just a few minutes. And the most frightening thing is that there is currently no antidote. Its bite is often painless, so the victim may not realize they have been attacked until it is too late. Those beautiful blue rings are not an invitation, but a deadly warning. In the Verde Island coral reef ecosystem, it plays a crucial role in controlling the population of small crustaceans, maintaining ecological balance. Hidden in the soft sand and the muddy seabed beneath the Verde Island coral reef, the mimic octopus appears as a master artist of the art of camouflage. This octopus is the embodiment of creativity and sophistication in nature. Each movement, each transformation of its shape is like a complexly choreographed dance. The mimic octopus has evolved over millions of years to perfect its ability to imitate other animals. From the venomous sea snakes and the drifting jellyfish to the graceful stingrays, it can transform into whatever it needs to ensure its survival. In the coral reef ecosystem, where every corner holds a potential danger, this skill is the key to its survival. This unique creature usually resides at depths of 6 to 130 feet in areas where sand and mud blend seamlessly. With tentacles 23 to 26 inches long, the mimic octopus glides gently over the ocean floor in search of small prey like crabs and shrimp. With a powerful jet of water, it blows away the sand to reveal the hidden prey, then quickly captures it with remarkable precision. In the depths of the Verde Island coral reef, a tiny but magical creature lives quietly, blending in with the soft coral branches. The pygmy seahorse, also known as the bargibant seahorse, is so perfectly adapted, it seems to have been born from the ocean's vivid and dreamy imagination. At only about 0.8 inches long, this seahorse is almost invisible in its habitat. Its bumpy skin, adorned with small tubercles, mirrors the texture of the Muracella coral it inhabits. This camouflage not only provides them with absolute protection from their enemies, but also creates an astonishing harmony with their surroundings. Over millions of years of evolution, the pygmy seahorse has developed a compact body, a unique skeletal structure, and a color that perfectly matches the host coral. The habitat of this remarkable creature is the pristine coral reefs at depths of 52 to 130 feet. The pygmy seahorse is not just a testament to the vibrant ecosystem, but also plays a crucial role in maintaining the ecological balance. By feeding on plankton, they help to control these populations and serve as an essential link in the ocean's food chain. However, the survival of this tiny seahorse is under serious threat. The harvesting of coral, climate change, and marine pollution are seriously degrading their habitat. According to the IUCN 2023, the pygmy seahorse is classified as near threatened. Amidst the crystal-clear waters of the Verde Island coral reef, a remarkable creature drifts gracefully, holding the secrets of millions of years of evolution. The cuttlefish of the order Cepiida is the embodiment of intelligence and the art of adaptation. With its lightning-fast color-changing ability and unique hunting strategies, it is one of the ocean's master chameleons. The cuttlefish has an ancient evolutionary history, sharing an ancestor with the octopus and the squid. Over millions of years, it has evolved into a species with an extremely large brain, ranking it among the most intelligent invertebrates. Inside its body, the cuttlebone provides buoyancy control, allowing it to position itself perfectly in the water column. The cuttlefish is both cunning and beautiful. Their ability to change color is not just camouflage, but a complex visual language. They can create hypnotic, rippling patterns to disorient their prey, or display different color patterns on two halves of their body at the same time, one half to court a potential mate, the other to warn off an approaching rival. It is a dance of intellect played out on their very skin. Its specialized chromatophore cells allow it to change its body color and pattern to blend in with its surroundings. This ability is not just a defensive mechanism against its enemies, but also a sophisticated method of communicating with its own kind. When hunting, the cuttlefish uses a perfect strategy. It silently approaches its prey, using its body color to conceal its intentions. At the right distance, it launches its powerful tentacles like arrows from the shadows, catching shrimp, small fish, or crustaceans with unparalleled precision. When threatened, its ink sac becomes a secret weapon, releasing a cloud of black ink to confuse its enemy and create an opportunity to escape. Besides being skilled hunters, cuttlefish play an important role in the ecosystem. They help to regulate the populations of smaller species, while also serving as an important food source for sharks and other large predators. The Verde Island coral reef, a precious gem in the heart of the ocean, is the embodiment of the complex connections between marine species. Known as one of the most biodiverse ecosystems in the world, this coral reef is like a vibrant symphony of symbiotic relationships. In the soft coral tissues, the coral polyps and the zooxanthellae algae share a deep bond. The algae, powered by sunlight, provide energy through photosynthesis, nourishing the coral and allowing them to grow into solid reef structures. In return, the coral provides the algae with a safe refuge and an abundant supply of carbon dioxide, which is essential for their photosynthesis. However, this partnership is very fragile to climate change. Just a 1 to 2 degree Fahrenheit rise in ocean temperature can cause coral bleaching, leaving the entire ecosystem vulnerable to degradation. Not far from the vibrant coral reefs, the clownfish and the sea anemone cooperate like loyal companions. The sea anemone, with its venomous tentacles, protects the clownfish from its enemies, while the clownfish provides leftover food in return. Over 50 million years ago, the ancestors of the clownfish began their evolutionary journey in the tropical seas. Over millions of years, they have developed a unique adaptation, a special layer of mucus that protects them from the anemone's toxins. This remarkable evolutionary trait has allowed them to establish a sustainable symbiotic relationship with the anemone, ensuring their mutual survival and benefit. The sea anemone, such as the Heteractis magnifica, serves as an ideal refuge, shielding the clownfish from predators like the reef shark and the lionfish. In return, the clownfish cleans the anemone and brings it leftover food, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. The behavior of the clownfish is bold and strategic. They often swim far from the anemone, creating a spectacle that attracts predators. In a flash, they dash back into the anemone's poisonous tentacles, leaving the enemy confused and vulnerable to the anemone's venom. In the vast ecosystem of Verde Island, the clownfish act as natural guardians, sustaining the life and biodiversity of the coral reefs. In the magnificent kingdom of the Verde Island coral reef, a unique symbiotic story unfolds daily between the hermit crab and the sea anemone. The hermit crab, with its soft and vulnerable body, is a stark contrast to the tough exterior of many other crab species. Without a natural hard shell to protect its entire body, it must search for abandoned snail shells. These borrowed shells become mobile homes, shielding the hermit crab from predators. But their survival strategy does not stop at borrowing shells. The hermit crab also carries a sea anemone on its back, a formidable ally in its journey. The sea anemone, though seemingly simple with its soft tentacles, is a very effective predator. By living in symbiosis with the hermit crab, the sea anemone gains the ability to move to food-rich areas, while also being protected from predators like the starfish. At the Verde Island coral reef, The hermit crab and the sea anemone are often found in shallow waters at depths of 6 to 100 feet. Their symbiosis is not just accidental, but a deliberate choice, fine-tuned based on chemical signals. This mutually beneficial relationship allows both species to thrive in the challenging and competitive marine environment. The hermit crab is also known for its meticulous shell-swapping behavior, a crucial skill as its body grows. When moving to a new home, they carefully transfer their anemone, ensuring the continuity of the symbiotic relationship. However, the Philippines, with its pristine natural beauty, is grappling with unprecedented challenges. The vibrant nature of the Philippines, its coral reefs, rainforests, and vast coastlines, is increasingly under pressure from environmental threats and human activities. Climate change is disrupting the fragile balance of the ecosystems, with the average temperature having risen by 1.3 degrees Fahrenheit over the past century, and typhoons becoming more severe. The Verde Island Passage, a haven of marine biodiversity, is silently alarming as more than 40% of its coral reefs have been bleached. On land, deforestation and illegal logging are carving deep wounds into the tropical landscape. From Palawan to the Sierra Madre, the vast primary forests that once covered over 27 million acres have been reduced to less than 6.9 million acres. Each year, about 47,000 acres of forest are lost, leaving animals like the eagle and the Philippine tarsier with a shrinking chance of survival. Beneath the ocean, plastic pollution acts as an invisible enemy. With about 5.9 billion pounds of plastic waste generated annually, the Philippines is ranked as one of the largest contributors to ocean plastic pollution. Marine creatures, from whales to pygmy seahorses, are frequently harmed by plastic debris. The phenomenon of coral bleaching continues to be a significant threat. As the corals die, the entire food chain that they support begins to collapse. The ecosystems of the Philippines are not just a national treasure, they are a global heritage. Protecting them is not just about ensuring the survival of millions of species, but also a solemn promise to future generations. The vast tropical forests of the Philippines, once ravaged by deforestation, are now experiencing a revival. Through the National Greening Program, over 4.6 million acres of forest have been restored, breathing life back into the country's green lung. Offshore, the Verde Island Passage is reasserting its status as a center of marine biodiversity as many coral reefs have been regenerated. The Coral Triangle Initiative has restored over 2.5 square miles of coral reefs, paving the way for thousands of fish and marine creatures to return. In areas like Palawan, the dugong and the Philippine crocodile are being protected through patrols and community education programs. The local communities are no longer bystanders. They have become the first line of defense, collaborating with conservation organizations to protect the ecosystem. The story of conservation in the Philippines extends beyond its national borders. It is a powerful reminder that even the smallest actions can make a significant difference. The journey to preserve the natural heritage of the Philippines depends on a collective effort. Raising awareness about the importance of protecting wildlife and their habitats is essential. It starts with small actions, reducing plastic use, supporting sustainable products, and participating in reforestation efforts. Every action you take is a crucial link in preserving the pristine beauty and biodiversity of the Philippines for future generations. As the dry season drains the last strength from the savannah, the river becomes the ultimate salvation. This placid surface hides another truth, for beneath the calm water, a true lord is watching, not with a crown, but with primal fury. They dominate this riverbank. Anyone who approaches for a drink is considered a provocation by the hippopotamus. Yet, there are still those who underestimate their latent power. Suddenly, a strange figure appears. A lion, the predator of the savannah. But on closer inspection, it is just a young and inexperienced male seeking to quench his thirst. To the hippos, this presence is a declaration of war. With a bite force exceeding 8,100 pounds, a hippo can crush an enemy's skull like a watermelon. Fortunately, hippos are not predators. But any predator that appears in their territory is a nuisance. Many often mistake the hippo's behavior, believing they rescue weaker prey. But the true nature of the hippopotamus is entirely different. For them, the river is not a space to be shared. Every intrusion, whether by predator or prey, is an offense to their supreme authority. As the dry season continues to drain life away, the fragile peace treaty among the hippos also comes to an end. Hippos cannot live without water. Their sensitive skin lacks sweat glands, and their colossal bodies, which can weigh over 4,400 pounds, depend on water for protection and support. When the deepest pools become scarce, space begins to tighten. Amidst this chaos, there is always a dominant male, the master of the shallows. The jaws open to an angle of 150 degrees. What looks like an oversized yawn is, in fact, a mortal threat. In the fight for mating rights, there is no room for mercy. The loser bows his head, allowing the victor to mount his back. A gesture simulating mating, signifying dominance. The calf is born in the water, weighing between 55 and 110 pounds, and must swim to the surface for its first breath. For about 2 weeks after birth, the mother and calf will live in seclusion. This period helps the calf to imprint, memorizing its mother's scent and call, while staying clear of dangers from the pod and predators. The mother hippo will use her entire body to shield her young. Once the calf is strong enough, they rejoin the community. The entire pod spends most of the day submerged, escaping the heat. But every piece must be fought for. The ideal sunbathing spot has been claimed by a crocodile. And the VIP position is reclaimed with little courtesy. Even when no river is near, hippos have a solution. Natural mud is an alternative. But overcrowding brings other nuisances. Parasites. That is when the little visitors appear, the oxpeckers. These birds treat the hippo's broad back as a buffet. In theory, it is a positive symbiotic relationship. But sometimes the oxpeckers become greedy. They peck at open wounds to drink blood, transforming from doctors into tiny vampires. However, the most surprising thing about the hippopotamus is not found on the surface, but at the bottom of the river. Hippos cannot actually swim. Their dense bone structure and immense body weight cause them to sink instantly, unable to float. If they venture into water too deep, where their feet cannot touch the bottom, they can drown. Instead of swimming, they walk underwater. Using the water's buoyancy, they create a near weightless environment. In this way, the hippos perform graceful strides, much like astronauts on the lunar surface. On the surface is the life of a fortunate hippo calf. But on the savannah, nothing is easy. Even when protected by one of the fiercest mothers on the planet, predators are always lurking, searching for any vulnerability. The river, both home and sanctuary, is also the stage for its first drama of survival. As seasonal rains fall, swelling the river, an ancient intelligence begins to stir. The Nile crocodile. It is a predator honed by millions of years, a master of patience. It need not hurry. It only needs to wait. To wait for a moment of distraction, a single lapse from the Great Mother. For the calf, a snatch from below could be the end of a life just begun. But the land holds its own perils. When the pod leaves the relative safety of the water to forage, they enter another kingdom, ruled by the lords of the grassland. A pride of lions. Their strategy is to observe and wait for an opportunity. Their eyes scan the pod, searching for a sign of weakness, of separation. They will wait patiently until the calf, even for a moment, is separated from its mother's protective wall of flesh. And perhaps the most agonizing threat comes not from another species, but from its own kind. In the complex and brutal society of hippos, the dominant male may see this tiny life not as the future of the pod, but as an obstacle to his own lineage. It is a dark evolutionary strategy known as infanticide. By eliminating a rival's offspring, the male can induce the female to return to estrus, ensuring the next generation carries his genes. Faced with such an attack, even the most resilient mother becomes powerless. For this young hippo, life is a relentless struggle, a perilous journey between giants and hidden predators. To survive just one day is, in itself, an extraordinary victory. As the last rays of sun dip below the horizon, night falls upon the river. It is then that a great transformation occurs. The hippopotamus, a herbivore, must consume a vast amount of food. To sustain their massive bodies, they must eat between 88 and 110 pounds of grass each night. But their sensitive skin does not permit them to do this under the harsh sun. And so, the night is their ally. They leave the river and walk for miles inland in search of the greenest pastures. But tonight, on its familiar path, the hippo is not alone. The rhinoceros is also a grass-eating giant. Two of Africa's great titans, who usually ignore each other's presence, now face off in a strange encounter. This is not a bloody battle for food, for there is not a blade of grass here to contest. The rhino, perhaps lonely and seeking interaction, makes the first move. The hippo, known for its short temper, appears more annoyed than angered. But no confrontation ensues. In the darkness, a pair of golden eyes appears, then another. Lions. Why are lions considered the lords of the night? The secret lies in their retinas. A reflective layer of tissue amplifies the faint light of the moon and stars, allowing them to see their prey clearly. The pride has spotted the giant hippo, but the hippo shows no fear. The lions understand that tonight, that fortress is impregnable. They retreat, leaving the giant to continue its solitary path back to the safety of the water. Time passes. Empty stomachs do not allow the hunters to rest. It seems that today, nature wishes to bring hippo and lion together. Another hippo, perhaps younger or simply less fortunate, has lost its way. This time, the pride does not hesitate. They cannot return empty-handed today. The cycle of time has washed away the harshness of the dry season. The rains have come, cleansing the bloodstains of that fateful night. The very same place where the giant hippo and its calf fell to the lion's claws. This is the hippo's time. But the rising water does not mean memories are submerged. With the arrival of the rains, the river belongs to the hippos. Gradually, the pod regains its calm, and the sound of their heavy breathing echoes across the water like a victory song. As the echoes of the life and death struggle with the lion's fade, the ground trembles again, but now to a new rhythm. It is not the silent tread of a hunter, but the heavy footfalls of a prehistoric tank, a rhinoceros. Nature has given the rhino a nearly indestructible armor and a lethal keratin horn, but in return has taken its sharp eyesight. The world through a rhino's eyes is one of blurred and menacing shapes. For such a fiercely territorial defender as the hippopotamus, this deviation cannot be ignored. Though unintentional, the rhino has just declared war. The hippo needs no explanation. There are no complex tactics. Merely brute force against brute force. As the ground shimmers in the oppressive heat of the dry season, another grass-eating giant approaches. This time, will the hippopotamus be the one to yield? After all, both need the river. An elephant must consume between 40 and 53 gallons of water each day. Hundreds of miles off the African coast, a unique evolutionary laboratory has written its own tales of struggle and survival. Amidst the waters of the Indian Ocean, Madagascar rises as a world apart. Lying some 250 miles off the coast of Mozambique, the world's fourth largest island broke away from the great continents tens of millions of years ago. This geographic isolation has allowed its creatures to evolve along unique paths found nowhere else. The lowland rainforests of eastern Madagascar are home to the Indri, the world's largest lemur, known locally as the babakoto. Some 60 million years ago, their ancestors crossed the ocean on natural rafts of vegetation to reach this island. Isolation saved them from large predators and allowed them to evolve uniquely. The Indri can stand up to 3 feet tall and weigh between 15 and 20 pounds. To the Malagasy people, the Indri is a sacred creature. Traditionally, harming an Indri is fady, an absolute taboo. Their calls can travel for over a mile, used to mark territory and maintain contact with family members. Unfortunately, their habitat is shrinking rapidly. Data from 2023 shows only 1,000 to 2,000 individuals remain in the wild, placing the Indri in the critically endangered category. Hidden beneath the dense foliage of Madagascar's forests, the leaf-tailed gecko is a true master of disguise. Its appearance resembles a sculpture crafted from bark and dried leaves. The intricately patterned skin blurs all body lines. Its flattened tail, like a withered leaf, serves both for camouflage and for balance. As night falls, the leaf-tailed gecko begins its hunt. Large eyes with vertical pupils allow it to see clearly, even in darkness. They play a vital role in controlling insect populations and maintaining biodiversity in the forest ecosystem. In the subhumid forests of Madagascar, the bamboo lemur, also known as the gentle lemur, resides. Their primary food source is bamboo, a plant containing cyanide, a poison to most creatures. The bamboo lemur has evolved a special detoxification mechanism, allowing it to consume large amounts of cyanide without harm. The conservation status of this species is alarming. Many bamboo lemur species are classified as threatened or critically endangered. Among them, the greater bamboo lemur has fewer than 1,000 individuals left in the wild, facing imminent extinction. In western and northern Madagascar, the dry deciduous forests are home to the fossa, the island's apex predator. It is a living symbol of adaptation in an isolated world. Resembling a small cougar, its closest relatives are actually mongooses. The fossa is a unique example of convergent evolution. The dry western forests of Madagascar are the fossa's primary domain. Although it can be found in other areas, this is where its population density is highest. Data from the International Union for Conservation of Nature in 2023 shows fewer than 2,000. 500 mature individuals remain in the wild. With a body up to 30 inches long, a tail of equal length, and weighing up to 20 pounds, the fossa has a perfect anatomical structure for predation. Powerful legs and semi-retractable claws allow it to move with agility, both on the ground and in the trees. A natural-born predator, the fossa combines speed, strength, and climbing skill. It hunts birds, reptiles, and small mammals, especially lemurs, which make up about 50% of its diet. In the dry forests of western Madagascar, the sifaka lemur has evolved to survive in one of the harshest environments. Amidst aridity and adversity, they have developed remarkable survival strategies. Today, sifaka lemurs primarily inhabit unique forests like Bemaraha and Kirindi, where limestone formations and vegetation intertwine. According to the IUCN, some species like Deccan sifaka have fewer than 2,500 mature individuals left in the wild. Their long, powerful hind legs allow them to make leaps of up to 30 feet. They live in small groups of 3 to 10 individuals, usually led by a female. The ecological role of the sifaka is crucial as a seed disperser, contributing to forest regeneration. In the succulent woodlands, Standing's day gecko is a vibrant highlight. Belonging to the Phelsuma genus, this endemic gecko has evolved over millions of years on the isolated island. Its green skin, dotted with red and blue spots, helps it camouflage against baobab trunks in bright light. When threatened, it can shed its tail to distract predators, and the tail will regenerate after a few months. In this ecosystem, Standing's day gecko is an essential part. In the arid lands of the south and southwest, the ring-tailed lemur stands out as a symbol of survival. Adapted to scrub forests and savannas, they face year-round shortages of water and food. It is estimated that by 2024, only about 2,000 to 2,400 individuals remain in the wild. Its long tail, with alternating black and white stripes, not only aids in balance, but also serves as a visual signal for communication. Ring-tailed lemurs live in matriarchal social groups led by females. They play a vital ecological role by dispersing seeds through their feces, helping to maintain the vegetation of the dry forests. The mangrove forests of Madagascar form a precious coastal ecosystem, stretching over 620 miles along the western coast. The combination of brackish water and sediment-rich soil provides a haven for plants like mangroves and Avicennia. The intertwined roots protect the coastline from erosion while providing habitat for fish, crustaceans, and wild birds. Along the Betsiboka estuary, green sea turtles often appear on the sandbanks and in the mangroves to rest and feed. With over 150 million years of evolutionary history, this species is a prime example of perfect adaptation to the ocean. The mangrove ecosystem offers safe refuge from predators and an abundant food source. Green sea turtles are known for their long migrations. They travel thousands of miles to return to their birthplace to lay eggs. However, the survival rate of hatchlings is extremely low. Less than 1% make it to the ocean. Currently, the conservation status of this species is worrying due to mangrove loss, pollution, and hunting. Madagascar's mangroves are also home to another ancient species. The hawksbill sea turtle. With over 100 million years of evolution, this turtle has survived countless changes. Its curved, sharp beak is a specialized tool for scraping food like sea anemones and sponges from rock surfaces. Despite its high adaptability, its numbers are declining sharply. The IUCN has classified the hawksbill as critically endangered. The dugong, or Pacific sea cow, carries an evolutionary history of over 50 million years. From terrestrial ancestors, it has fully adapted to a marine environment. In Madagascar, they are concentrated in the western mangroves, where saltwater and freshwater meet. Its fusiform body is perfect for navigating narrow, sediment-rich waters. Their diet is based on seagrass, consuming up to 88 pounds per day. Currently, their population on the island has dwindled to just a few hundred individuals. The main threats include mangrove loss, pollution, and overfishing. Madagascar, the red island in the Indian Ocean, is a symbol of nature's enduring vitality. Although over 90% of its primary forest is gone, some 8 million acres are still protected. In the past 3 years, over 5 million native trees have been planted, alongside programs for turtle re-release, wildlife trade control, and mangrove restoration. Ecotourism provides livelihoods for local communities. But Madagascar needs the world's help to preserve its lemurs, baobabs, and unique ecosystem for the future. Here, nature is unforgiving. Every rainy season, every drought, every changing river rewrites the balance between predator and prey, between life and death. Yet, beyond the instinct for survival are journeys that span thousands of miles, enduring for generations, where species have learned to adapt, to endure, and to triumph. This is not just the story of one species, but of an entire continent, a story of life in constant motion. Welcome to the Wildlife Documentary. Wildlife, the untold migrations of the Savannah wilderness. While the great migrations of millions of animals capture the headlines, Smaller species silently undertake journeys no less significant. These hidden migrations, though less noticed, are the fine but crucial threads that weave the complex ecological tapestry of the savannah. Small antelopes like the dik-dik or the steenbok begin their own migrations. Unlike the vast herds of wildebeest, these antelope move in small groups, often just a few individuals or even alone. With their slender bodies, large, watchful eyes, and nimble legs, they navigate narrow paths, avoiding the main routes of the larger herds. Their journeys may not span hundreds of miles, but they are fraught with danger, from stealthy leopards to sudden flash floods. The dik-dik, so small it stands only knee-high to a human, moves seasonally in search of young shrubs and tender leaves. Its primary food, it does not need the vast grasslands of the wildebeest. But its survival depends on the patches of land where the rain brings forth rare green shoots. Their journey often takes place at night, when the darkness shields them from the eyes of predators. Every step is a delicate dance. The Egyptian sand viper, a small but mysterious reptile, is a master of camouflage in the hot, sandy desert. Unlike larger snakes like pythons or cobras, the Egyptian sand viper is compact, only 8 to 14 inches long. This snake does not undertake long migrations like the antelope, but survives by lying in wait, patiently ambushing its prey. Buried in the sand, with only its keen eyes exposed, it strikes with lightning speed when a small lizard or insect passes by. The sand viper's survival is a silent dance. Every movement is calculated to avoid the scorching heat of the day and the cold desert nights. In the sky, where vultures circle and hawks soar, smaller water birds undertake migrations that often go unnoticed. Storks, cranes, and spoonbills, with their delicate but resilient wings, fly hundreds of miles in search of the wetlands born from the rainy season. One notable water bird is the yellow-billed stork, with its pristine white plumage and long, slender legs. They travel in small flocks, often just a few dozen, flying low over the water in search of newly flooded areas. Their journey is not just for food, but for breeding. As the floods create wetlands, the storks build their nests in half-submerged trees, laying their eggs and raising their young. When the first rains revive the savannah, the giants of the wilderness begin their journey. Herds of African elephants, massive creatures imbued with a primal strength, move slowly but with a majestic presence. Leading the herd are the seasoned matriarchs, the keepers of generational memory. The instinct of the elephant is a wonder of nature. The matriarchs, often having lived for decades, carry a living map of the savannah within them. They remember the underground water sources hidden deep within the earth. The winding paths through dense forests, and even the lands scorched by past droughts. An old matriarch can pinpoint the location of a waterhole she visited decades ago, even if the landscape has been altered by wind, rain, or fire. The elephant's journey is not just a search for food. It is a pilgrimage. Every step is a connection to their ancestors, to the land, and to life itself. As they move, the young calves, with their small ears and clumsy trunks, learn from their mothers and grandmothers. They watch how the elders use their trunks to sniff the air for signs of water. The rainy season, with its intense downpours, brings life to the savannah. The arid grasslands now sprout lush green shoots, providing an abundant food source for elephants, wildebeest, and buffalo. The wildebeest and buffalo, their companions on the savannah, also take advantage of the rainy season to graze on fresh grass, building up strength for the journey ahead. But the rain also brings danger. The ancient paths, once dry and easy to travel, turn into muddy quagmires. The rivers, mere trickles in the dry season, now roar with powerful currents, ready to sweep away any creature that dares to cross. For the elephant herds, these rivers are a major challenge. The small calves cling to their mothers to avoid being carried away by the current. The wildebeest and buffalo face similar dangers. The flooded grasslands slow their pace, making them vulnerable to predators. On this journey, the giants do not travel alone. They carry with them their sentinels, their private guard. It is an ancient pact. In exchange for sustenance, The oxpecker offers its eyes. A piercing cry is the price of passage, a signal that can mean the difference between life and a sudden, violent death. On the savannah, the terrain shapes not only the path of the herbivores, but also the strategy of the predators. The lion, the king of the wild, understands this better than anyone. But the lion does not rely on brute force alone. They are master strategists, using the landscape to turn narrow corridors into perfect traps. These corridors are often bottlenecks on the migration routes, a small canyon between two hills. A narrow strip of land between rivers, or a grassland bordering a thicket. The lions know this. They lie hidden in the tall grass, their bodies blending with the golden hue of the savannah, their breathing slow but alert. A lead lioness, honed by years of hunting, signals her pride with subtle flicks of her tail. The other lionesses, often her sisters or daughters, move into position. As the herd approaches, tension fills the air. The thundering of hooves, the cries of lost young, and the smell of dust create a chaotic scene. Yet the lions remain still, as patient as ghosts. Then, in a fleeting moment when a young or weak wildebeest strays from the herd, the ambush is sprung. Not every hunt is successful. The wildebeest, though prey, are not easily defeated. With their vast numbers and strong survival instincts, they can form a living wall. A young, inexperienced lion risks serious injury if it targets a healthy wildebeest. In these moments, the savannah becomes an arena where the predator's strength is pitted against the prey's unity. If the lion is a patient strategist, then the hyena is a relentless opportunist, with its eerie calls echoing in the night. The hyena embodies persistence and ruthlessness. Lacking the overwhelming power of the lion, it compensates with fearsome intelligence and unparalleled stamina. During the migrations, hyenas shadow the zebra herds, keeping just enough distance to remain undetected. The zebras, with their striking black and white stripes, move in tight formations, protecting one another from danger. But the long journey of hundreds of miles across the savannah drains their strength. The young, the old, or the injured fall behind, becoming prime targets. Unlike the lion, the hyena rarely attacks a healthy herd head-on. Instead, it waits patiently. Hyenas are not just predators. They are scavengers, ready to steal kills from lions or cheetahs. A pack of hyenas, with their superior numbers, can force a lone lion to abandon its prey. The clashes between hyenas and lions are noisy battles, where the roar of the lion mixes with the cold, laugh-like calls of the hyena, creating a chaotic symphony of the savannah. On the savannah, every ambush is a battle for survival, where speed, stamina, and strategy determine who lives and who falls. For herbivores like the wildebeest and the zebra, speed is their greatest weapon. A wildebeest can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour in seconds. The zebra, though not as fast, possesses remarkable stamina, maintaining a high speed over long distances to exhaust a predator. But speed alone is not always enough. Stamina is just as crucial, especially during migrations that span hundreds of miles. Conversely, predators also need stamina to keep up with their prey. The herbivores have their own strategies. Wildebeest move in large herds, creating a chaos that makes it difficult for a predator to single out a target. Zebras, with their disorienting striped patterns, confuse predators, making it hard to identify an individual in the herd. A wildebeest might pretend to run slowly to draw out a predator, then suddenly bolt. A lion might feign giving up the chase, only to strike again when the prey is off guard. In these ambushes, there are no true winners or losers. Lions and hyenas, though fearsome predators, play a vital role in maintaining the balance of the savannah. By culling the weak, the old, or the sick, they ensure that only the fittest individuals survive to pass on their genes. Conversely, the prey shapes the destiny of the predators through their resilience and strategy. On the African savannah, where life and death are intertwined in every breath, nature is not just a stage, but a formidable opponent. When the rainy season arrives, bringing with it endless floods, muddy plains, and raging rivers, the migration of millions of wildebeest, zebras, and buffalo becomes a brutal battle against the elements. When the first rains fall, the savannah transforms in an instant. The arid grasslands, once scorched by the dry season's sun, are now submerged in water. For the wildebeest and the zebra, which rely on speed for survival, the mud is a fearsome enemy. Their slender legs, designed for sprinting across the plains, sink deep into the thick mud, slowing them down. A herd of zebras, their black and white stripes shimmering in the sun, moves slowly through a flooded plain. The young foals, with their weak legs, stumble in the knee-deep mud. In these moments, nature spares neither prey nor predator. All must face the brutality of the land. The floods do not just slow movement, they turn the grasslands into deadly traps. The low-lying areas where rainwater collects into temporary lakes become invisible snares. If the mud is an unseen enemy, then the raging rivers are the most terrifying challenge of the migration. Rivers like the Mara, the Grumeti, or the Chobe, mere trickles in the dry season, become roaring beasts in the rainy season. For the wildebeest, zebra, and buffalo, crossing these rivers is not a choice, but a command of survival. When a herd of wildebeest, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathers on the banks of the Mara River, the air becomes thick with tension. Beneath the murky surface, dangers lurk. The roar of the rushing water mixes with the cries of the young wildebeest, creating a chaotic symphony of life. Then, as if driven by an unseen signal, one wildebeest leaps into the water, triggering a stampede of thousands. But the river is merciless. The young wildebeest, too weak to fight the current, are swept away, their small bodies disappearing in the flow. The zebras, with their incredible stamina, try to swim across, but even they cannot always defy the power of nature. Is part of an endless cycle of life and death. Every wildebeest that drowns, every zebra dragged underwater by a crocodile, is a price paid for the herd to continue its journey. But death is not an end. It is part of a renewal where every fallen creature nourishes another. In the harshness of nature, every loss is part of a larger tapestry. The wildebeest herds, despite losing thousands in each migration, continue to thrive with new calves born each year. Above all, the savannah lives, breathes, and tells its story through every drop of rain, every river, and every footstep of the creatures that call it home. When the last rains have fallen and the sun once again scorches the savannah, the dry season returns, bringing with it a harsh silence. The lush grasslands turn yellow and brittle. The rivers recede, and the wetlands dry into cracked earth. Yet, even in this harshness, the savannah never stops moving. The migration sparked by the rains now reverses. The wildebeest, zebra, and buffalo return to their lands, awaiting the next rainy season. As the dry season arrives, the migration routes become journeys of return. The wildebeest, having left the Serengeti for the Masai Mara, now head back, guided by instincts honed over millions of years. The zebras, after grazing on the mineral-rich salt pans of Botswana, return to the wetlands of the Chobe River. The African elephants, with their remarkable memory, lead their herds back to the arid lands in search of hidden underground water sources. This return journey is no less perilous. Without the floods or the raging rivers, the dry season brings new challenges. Water becomes increasingly scarce, and the grasslands are depleted. The weak, old or young, who survived the rainy season now face the culling of the dry season. Yet, in this harshness, the savannah forges new generations, preparing them for the challenges to come. When the dry season arrives, a miracle takes place. The birth of new generations. The wildebeest calves, with their trembling legs and wide eyes, take their first steps just hours after birth. The zebra foals, their faint stripes barely visible, stay close to their mothers, learning to recognize danger from the roar of a lion or the scent of a hyena on the wind. The elephant calves, with their clumsy trunks and tiny ears, follow the wise matriarchs, learning to use their trunks to drink or pull up grass. They learn to survive through harsh lessons, how to escape the claws of a cheetah, how to find water in a drought, or how to unite with the herd to fend off threats. Some will not survive their first dry season, falling to nature or to a predator. But those who survive carry the strength of their ancestors within them. On the African savannah, there is no beginning or end. Every rainy season, every dry season, every migration, birth, and death is part of an endless cycle. The wildebeest, zebra, elephant, waterbirds, and even the tiny insects all contribute to the rhythm of life. The animals lost in the rivers or to predators feed the crocodiles, vultures, and insects, nourishing the land for the grasslands to be reborn. The seeds dispersed by the small antelopes and waterbirds sprout into shrubs, providing shelter and food for the next generation. Beyond the natural challenges of floods, mud, raging rivers, and the claws of predators, the wildlife now faces man-made threats. Climate change, habitat loss, poaching, and human-wildlife conflict are endangering the ancient migration routes. Yet, amidst these challenges, conservation efforts have sparked hope, offering a chance for the savannah to continue its timeless rhythm. The African savanna, long shaped by the rhythm of the wet and dry seasons, now faces disruption from climate change. The rains, which once reliably revived the grasslands and filled the rivers, have become erratic. Some years, the rains come late, leaving the grasslands arid for longer. Prolonged, more intense floods turn rivers like the Mara or the Grumeti into deadly torrents, sweeping away thousands of animals. Conversely, extended droughts deplete the underground water sources. The rising temperatures also affect the smaller species like water birds and insects. The temporary wetlands where storks and spoonbills nest disappear due to drought or excessive flooding. Human expansion is one of the greatest threats to the migrations. The ancient paths that guided wildebeest, zebras, and elephants for hundreds of miles are now fragmented by farms, settlements, and infrastructure. In parts of the Serengeti and Masai Mara, fences erected to protect agricultural land have blocked the passage of the herds. Habitat loss also affects the smaller species. The wetlands where water birds breed are converted into farmland or industrial zones. Poaching remains a relentless threat to the savanna wildlife. The African elephant, hunted for its ivory, is a target for poachers, drastically reducing its numbers in many areas. A matriarch carrying the ancestral knowledge of migration routes can be killed for her tusks, leaving her herd disoriented and vulnerable. Predators like lions and cheetahs face similar risks. Hunted to protect livestock or for their skins and body parts. Human-wildlife conflict worsens the situation. When elephants or buffalo encroach on farmland in search of food, they are often killed for being a threat. Lions, hyenas, or cheetahs that attack livestock face retaliation with traps or guns. Under the scorching midday sun, the rhythm of the pride seems to pause. This is when the social order is most clearly expressed through rest. The great males, with their dense, heat-absorbing manes, spend up to 20 hours a day asleep. Their role is not to hunt, but to act as bodyguards, conserving energy for the vital battles to defend their territory. Meanwhile, the lionesses, the primary hunting force, also take the opportunity to rest and care for the next generation. The cubs, though playful, must learn the first lesson of survival: stay quiet and never stray too far from their mother's sight. A peaceful family portrait, yet fragile against the harshness of time. As the sun spills its final rays, painting the savannah in crimson, the laws of the day come to an end. The temperature drops, and the lazy kings begin to stir. It is time to patrol. Their roars echo like war drums, signaling the start of the curfew. But tonight the wind carries a strange scent. Someone has used the twilight to cross the forbidden line. Three alpha males discover a young stranger in their territory, in the company of the pride's lionesses. And they will not back down without a fight. The attackers sense the young lion's power. His fury and physique command respect. He is perfectly capable of inflicting serious injury. Today, a warning is enough to assert their authority. This is their territory. The lion from the grasslands has survived the ordeal. But his wounds could very well prove fatal. There is no time to recover. He must keep moving, must escape this place, must escape this hell before dawn. If the lion is a king who rules by strength and order, then in the undergrowth below, there is an anarchist. Not majestic, not swift, but this waddling creature with a silver-grey mantle like a cloak holds a title that every predator respects: the world's most fearless creature. They are the tallest land animals on the planet, with males reaching up to 18 feet. Their long necks do not have more vertebrae than other mammals, but rather elongated ones. With agile, muscular tongues up to 18 inches long, they pluck leaves from among thorns. In the Okavango, giraffes prefer areas with shrubby vegetation and sparse woodlands. Although they may appear solitary, they live in loose groups, often composed of females and their young. Their height is an ally for vigilance. With their eyes positioned high, they detect predators. In this ecosystem, the giraffe plays a crucial role. By pruning trees, they shape the vegetation, disperse seeds, and create clearings. The blue wildebeest is one of the most prominent protagonists of the Okavango Delta. With its robust body, large head, curved horns, and a grey coat with blue reflections, it looks like a combination. With speeds that can exceed 50 miles per hour, they are not only fast, but also resilient. In this ecosystem, they find seasonal pastures ideal for feeding. But what truly distinguishes the blue wildebeest is its migratory spirit. It participates in one of the largest and most spectacular animal movements in the world. Although the core of this migration occurs further north in the Serengeti and Masai Mara, the true strength of the wildebeest lies in the collective. In groups, they form an almost impenetrable barrier. Wildebeest often congregate with other species like zebras and impalas. They are not just tireless travelers, they are fundamental pieces in the ecological balance. Their movement in huge herds helps to keep the vegetation under control. Following the great wildebeest herds, traveling in parallel across the open fields of the Okavango are the zebras. Together, these two species form a strategic partnership, increasing their chances against predators. The zebra, with its robust body and hypnotic stripes, is not just beautiful, it is a living example. Each stripe pattern is unique, like a human fingerprint. This distinctive feature confuses predators, hinders the approach of flies, and helps regulate body temperature. About 8 feet long and weighing up to 770 pounds, they have an imposing stature. They are tireless runners, capable of reaching 40 miles per hour over short distances. Zebras also have excellent sight and hearing, living in cohesive social groups led by a dominant stallion. Their diet consists of drier, more fibrous grasses, complementing the selective feeding of the wildebeest. The great migrations of wildebeest and zebra are true tests of endurance and survival. With every step, these herbivores face a landscape fraught with threats. It is not enough to find fresh pastures, they must escape terrestrial predators. But the danger does not only come from the land. In the river and channel crossings, silent creatures lie in wait. In the calm yet perilous waters of the Okavango Delta lurks one of the oldest predators. With a body armored in scales, powerful jaws, and eyes that watch silently from the surface. Some individuals exceed 16.5 feet in length and can weigh more than 1,540 pounds. For the wildebeest and zebra, crossing the delta's channels during their migrations. River crossings are moments of extreme tension. Hundreds of animals gather at the water's edge. When a hesitant wildebeest finally jumps, it is as if a switch is flipped. While wildebeest, zebras, hyenas, and wild dogs rely on the strength of numbers, there are also animals that walk more solitary paths. But this solitude is not a sign of weakness, it is backed by something. Here exists a giant that few dare to disturb. The rhinoceros is one of the most majestic and iconic presences. The white rhino, larger and more robust, can reach 13 feet in length and weigh over 4,400 pounds. Its wide mouth is adapted for grazing on grasses, its main food source. The black rhino, smaller and more agile, stands out for its ability to move through denser vegetation. Both have thick, wrinkled skin that protects them from the intense sun and insects. Despite their imposing and sometimes aggressive appearance, these animals usually exhibit calm behavior. These horns are essential for the survival and dominance of these animals. Their enormous footprints and heavy movements help shape the terrain. These giants of the African savanna, with their resilience and strength, are true pillars. Other smaller and curious creatures are also resilient in the delta's fauna. The warthog. With its long, curved tusks protruding from its jaw, the warthog is a true symbol of adaptation. These medium-sized, robust-bodied animals are covered in a sparse, bristly coat. Although they usually live alone or in small groups, their aggressive and territorial nature In search of food, it is an excellent digger. Its diet is varied and includes roots, fruits, These feeding habits, combined with its ability to dig, help shape its surroundings. In addition, its excavations expose minerals and other food sources. Despite its aggressive behavior when threatened, the warthog is largely a shy animal. Its importance in the Okavango ecosystem goes beyond its foraging. In this challenging ecosystem, the baboon stands out as one of the most resourceful and adaptable residents. These primates live in large family groups known as troops. Each member has a role. Dominant males maintain order and protect the group. These social ties are not only emotional but also tactical, providing protection. Baboons communicate in a remarkably complex way through a variety of vocalizations. These animals are highly opportunistic natural omnivores. They feed on fruits, seeds, roots, and small animals. With their nimble fingers and watchful eyes, they scour the ground, lifting branches. This combination of intelligence, cooperation, and constant vigilance makes baboons natural survivors. In the delta, baboons move skillfully between the riverine forests and the open plains. They are, in essence, a reflection of the delta itself. Unpredictable, resilient, intense. And it is not only the large terrestrial animals that benefit from the flood. The Okavango Delta is a paradise for water birds. Over 400 species are recorded in the region. On the flooded banks and quiet channels of the delta, an elegant and ancient figure stands out. It is the sacred ibis, one of the most iconic birds of the African continent. In this vibrant and dynamic setting, this bird finds the ideal environment to thrive. The shallow waters, muddy banks, and abundance of prey create a perfect stage. With slow, calculated steps, the ibis probes the mud blindly for crustaceans. The sacred ibis is a highly social bird, living in large groups that fly in formation. It builds its nests in trees near the water, forming large colonies with other water birds. Beyond its majestic beauty, this bird plays an essential role in the ecosystem. As a predator of small aquatic organisms, it helps maintain the balance and cleanliness of the waters. The African grey hornbill is another winged resident of the Okavango Delta. It is a bird with a long curved bill, known for its distinctive calls and social behavior. It lives in pairs or small groups, feeding on fruits, seeds, insects, and small animals. Its reproduction is remarkable. The female isolates herself in a tree cavity, sealing the entrance. Among the vibrant colors and dramatic contrasts of the Okavango Delta, there is a bird that captures all eyes. It is the lilac-breasted roller, considered by many to be one of the most beautiful birds in the world. Its deep lilac chest blends with turquoise tones on its wings and mint green on its back. It is a small bird, but with a spectacular presence. Despite its delicate appearance, the roller is an efficient hunter. It feeds on insects, small reptiles, and even amphibians. Its preference for open areas with scattered trees makes it a frequent sight. When seen in the golden light of an African sunset, it seems to shine even brighter. For many local cultures and visitors, spotting a lilac-breasted roller is a sign of good fortune. Walking here is one of the most elegant and iconic birds of the African savanna. The crowned crane. With its golden crest standing erect like a natural crown, this bird seems sculpted by nature itself. Its slender body is covered in grey and white feathers, contrasting with a face painted in red and white. Living in pairs or small family groups, cranes move gracefully over the humid plains. A varied diet includes seeds, insects, small vertebrates, and even crustaceans. But perhaps its most captivating feature is its dance. During courtship, the crowned crane performs jumps. This spectacle, combining aesthetic beauty and deep emotional connection, is living proof. The crane is not just a visual spectacle, but also an essential component in maintaining the environment. Its majestic and peaceful presence is a silent reminder of the harmony that can exist. Amid the calm waters and winding channels of the delta, a curious and enigmatic figure attracts attention. The hammerkop, with its characteristic broad, flat head, is easily recognized by its discreet plumage. It feeds on fish, amphibians, and aquatic insects, and is famous for its ability to build massive nests. These nests are used for several seasons and even by other species. In the arid yet vibrant heart of the Okavango Delta, a majestic figure moves with elegance. The ostrich, the largest bird on the planet. With its large eyes and muscular legs, the ostrich is a true survivor. It does not fly, its wings are too small. But what it lacks in flight, it makes up for in speed. This giant bird can reach 43 miles per hour in a sprint. The Okavango ostrich is adapted to extreme temperatures and water scarcity. They get most of their water from the food they consume, such as roots, seeds, and small invertebrates. In groups, these birds develop an interesting social dynamic, where a dominant male often leads. He is also the one who digs the pit in the sand for the communal nest, where several females lay their eggs. In the Okavango ecosystem, the ostrich plays an important role as a seed disperser. Beneath the waters of the Okavango Delta is a hidden world of aquatic life. This underwater environment is full of colors and shapes, creating a dance of light and shadow. Water transforms time and landscape, revealing the resilience and adaptation of living beings. Four months have passed since the first waters began their journey from the Angolan highlands. And now, finally, the flood of the Okavango Delta reaches its zenith. Millions of gallons of water have slowly poured onto the dry crust of the Kalahari, transforming what was once dust and cracks. It is the culmination of an ancestral cycle, where every drop counts, where every pool becomes life. The hungry herds return, migratory birds land in flocks, and predators approach silently. With the flood, the desert blooms, and for a brief time, abundance reigns supreme. Here, the water does not flow to the sea. It stays, pulsing and transforming, creating one of the most vibrant ecosystems. As the peak of the water passes, the Okavango Delta begins to fall silent. Gradually, the vibrant green gives way to dry yellows, and the clear channels shrink. It is an inevitable, almost ritualistic process. The water recedes, leaving its mark behind. Water birds migrate, fish are trapped in temporary pools, and the struggle for survival returns. The delta dries from the outside in a slow siege of drought. It is at this moment that the true nature of the Okavango is revealed. A place where life dances between extremes, where each cycle brings new challenges. The retreat of the water is not an end. It is merely the preparation for the next rebirth. As the days pass and the hot winds begin to blow again, the Okavango Delta slowly dries up. In the heart of the Kalahari, life does not stop. It just changes form, waiting for the next rains. With the relentless arrival of the dry season, the great herds have no choice but to move on. Each step raises dust and uncertainty, for not all will complete this journey. The desert reveals its most unforgiving face. Here, survival is a privilege reserved for the strongest. The few remaining waterholes become contested treasures, and tension hangs over every encounter. It is time to move, not by choice, but by necessity.